Welcome to the 2026 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships, live from Sun City, South Africa, and brought to you by none other than Aleco and SPD. And we are getting ready for this last day of competition. Of course, this morning we will have the 105s, and this afternoon we'll have the 120 and 120 plus men. The big boys come out to play. I am Gary Williams, and I am joined by none other than Brer Rabbit, New Zealand, and we'll be taking you through all the action this morning in the 105 kilo men. And this is usually a pretty exciting session.
Yeah, it is. These 105s have come out and their opening squats massive. We've got things ranging right from 245 to 310 kilos. There's 28 athletes here this morning, Gary. It's all go.
Yeah, it is a big session. So Flight B first, and then we'll run into Flight A, and of course, the results from Flight B will not become relevant until we move into Flight A. So we'll try and keep you back and forth through all the action of who's sitting where. You can see the start list and nominations on the screen there. So we've got some pretty big squatters in the first flight as well. So it's going to be pretty competitive, but we've got a lot of squatters in the second flight, opening at 300 or close to and above as well. So that's going to be absolutely huge. Orstek Kharkiv will be our first lifter on the board from Czechia, 232.5 kilos. Not a bad way to start your Saturday morning.
No, definitely not. It's quite a way below his PB of 260. We have seen athletes opening a lot lower. They're battling all sorts of variables. It's the travel, it's the weather, it's some of them are supporting injuries. There's all sorts going on.
Yeah, and the other side of that too is, I mean, these guys have had the, and their coaches have the opportunity of being here for the whole 2 weeks, and seeing athletes make attempt selection errors, people opening too heavy. So they're all sort of just playing a little bit more cautious, I think, making sure they get this first one on the board and gets that in pretty deep for an opening squat. And that's 3 white lights and gets it on the board straight off the money. And he'll be feeling a little bit more relaxed now, having gotten that first one on.
Yeah, and he's also got the hardest job of the day, Gary, and that is the first lift of the first flight, of the first session. To get 3 white lights on it, can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, that's your high pressure squat, that one. Sebastian Talashis now from Uruguay, 245. Nothing like a coffee and a 245 kilo squat for the morning.
It's actually no other way I'd rather start my weekend.
I can think of a few. He was pretty happy with that. Felt good. 3 whites, gets it on the board. Looks pretty quick even in the replay. Eric Tryggvason from Sweden now, 245. Good way to get started. 3 white lights. These guys getting in nice and deep and not taking any chances, which is really good to see.
Yeah, especially this early on in the competition, we don't want to see any lifters cutting depth, especially for openers that they should be able to do without too much hassle. And as a referee, Gary, that's what I would be looking for.
Benjamin Sturluson, Iceland, 245 as well. So sticking around 245 for a few lifts. Three white lights again. Some very, very good squats this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Another really deep squat there from Team Iceland.
Yeah, these guys have been putting on a bit of a technical masterclass this morning, which is fantastic to see. It's been a great thing over the last couple of weeks to see the technical proficiency in the sub-juniors and the juniors. It has been absolutely outstanding and way above expectations, which has been fantastic. Daniel Cotton now from South Africa, 250. Another great looking squat. Have a look in the replay. The side shows the depth pretty well. See he sinks in there very easily. Melvin Gundamira from Zimbabwe, 250.
Come, make it look light. Pressure the big toe. Wait for commands. Your time, come on. Squat.
And thought he might be a bit short there. So 2 red lights. He's just cut a little bit shy there.
I did wonder that from where we were sitting here, Gary. The replay is on the angle that got the white light, though.
Yeah, it was a notably high, we'll say.
Yeah, he will need to come and sink that, but quite often it will be the nerves that stop that first squat getting to depth.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember too. I mean, we got juniors here, so that some of these guys it's their first comp. Some of it's maybe only their second world championship. So there's a lot of nerves when you walk out into the world stage. It's very different than a regional competition or nationals. You got all these lights and cameras in your faces. Lunas now from Belgium, 250. Three white lights. These guys back on track. Of course, we'll have 14 lifters in each flight, so it is a 2 big flights of lifters.
Yeah, 2 full flights as per the rules. The 14 is the maximum number. It's quite cold in here this morning though, Gary, so I hope the gentlemen don't cool down too much between attempts.
Yeah, that is the sort of detrimental side of a large flight, is there's a long time between lifts. And with the weather in here, as you mentioned, it is quite cool in here this morning, so coaches are going to have to be really careful that their athletes aren't cooling down too much. You sort of got your, 9 or 10 people in a flight is sort of a really nice number for an athlete. Long enough to get a good rest in between lifts, but not too long that you're cooling down. Abdullah, Kuwait. Well, from this angle, that looked really good. 3 white lights, it is. We have a real mix of coaches here this week. I mean, you've got some coaches that are extremely vocal and some that are, very cool, calm, and collected. So Christian Susnik now. 257.5. There's the 3 white lights. It's a a little scrappy in the middle.
Yeah, he's got a really long range of motion though, Gary. He's so tall and has super, super long legs. If you watch that, he is probably squatting double the range of motion of some of his other competitors.
Yeah, he's got a long, long way to move that bar. Eric Schwarzenbach from Switzerland, 265. The Swiss with a fairly big team here this year.
Yeah, there's been a few nations that have come out with bigger teams than previously, and it's really good to see because it is shaking up some of the favourites that have been around a long time.
Yeah, there have been a few upsets throughout the last couple of weeks. 2-1, it's a good lift. He gets a red card from the side referee, so the jury will take a look at that.
Yeah, this is from the angle you'll see here.
I think the jury seem to be okay with it. Benicio Caballero from Uruguay, 275.
Mucho aire, viejo, dale.
2-1, gets 2 white lights from the side referee and a red card from the centre.
Yeah, calling depth from the centre is something that not unheard of, but definitely more unusual than calling it from the sides. So obviously you have to call it how you see it. That's why we've got the 3 referees. It's why we've got the jury.
They're having a little bit of talk about it, but I think they're okay.
Yeah.
So Brett Linders from Belgium now, 275. Gonna wait for the referees on that one, 2-1. So he's got a red card for the side referee.
Yeah, just on depth again. From this angle you'll see here.
We'll see what the jury have to say, but they seem to be generally okay with everything so far.
Yeah, the thing that I have enjoyed a lot about the championships, Gary, is the jury hasn't been overly active. They've been active when they've needed to, but they haven't been like undermining the referees on the platform, which is great. It's great to have the faith in the people in the chairs who have to make those split-second decisions.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, they are split-second decisions. David Bianco. That was a very clean, solid squat. 3 white lights. That was a bit textbook like that one.
His belt was not even closed, Gary. He walks off the platform pointing at his belt to his coach. He had not done it up, but it was a textbook squat nonetheless.
What's the belt for, coach? These pants don't need holding up. Kasper Churlo from Poland now, 292.5. Arcadius is going to have a busy morning this morning with 2 on the platform, and let's see if he's got anyone else today. He's got another one in the 120s as well, I think.
Yeah, big day for Team Poland, but Team Poland always comes in really strong, particularly with the junior championships. Creating a few champions in the last few years with their women's team.
3 white lights. Yeah, there have been some notable champions out of Poland over the many years.
I think all of the 76 kilo records belong to various Polish women.
Karpik now from Czechia for his second lift at 252.5. We enter round 2.
And that is a long flight, having those 14 lifters with their opening squats. It seems like an age ago we watched Wojtek with his opener. He's put his squat up 20 kilos, a nice 20 kilo jump up.
Yeah, he did open very low. I mean, and this is still a smidge below his personal best as well. Yeah, we've got to take into consideration the time factor between lifts as well. The extra 20 slowed him down a little, but not too noticeably. 3 white lights. Gets it in just as deep. Tryggvason now from Sweden, 22.55. Handles the extra 10 quite well, 3 whites.
Yeah, another super smooth squat there from Team Sweden.
Sturluson from Iceland now, 257.5. Certainly one of the challenging jobs for coaches today, keeping the athletes warm and ready for the next lift in this long flight and cold weather. Gets in really deep there.
Yeah, as you said, Team Iceland putting on a masterclass in proficient technique.
Gundamura now from Zimbabwe for 260. This guy's starting to get a bit of a rhythm up now. Didn't get his opening squat. Interestingly, he's gone up 10 kilos.
Yeah, this is something we've seen quite a bit at these championships actually. People missing their openers and going up anyway. It seems to have worked for a lot of people. It's almost like equipped. The extra weight pushes them down. Of course, Melvin just missing out on depth in his first attempt.
Oh, a bit of hesitation at the bottom there. 2-1, it is a good lift. He was a bit lucky to get the timing back on that one. It looked like he hesitated at the bottom. I'm not sure what I picked up there.
Maybe he was...
There was just a bit of a knee shift more than anything.
It did look deeper.
Yeah, he had a bit of shift and a bit of lateral movement, but he recovered that really, really well. Daniel Cotton now from South Africa, 262.5. Lunas now from Belgium for 262.5. Well, he looked good on Jeff, but those knees really dropped in there. You can see the power it really cost him in the midsection.
Yeah, definitely no question on depth there. But as you said, just losing a little bit of power. Of course, when you are overly focusing on one part of a lift, it does make other parts a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Palachis now for 265. And we talk about coaching cues and things like that quite often as coaches. It's really easy to get into a habit of calling too many cues to an athlete, telling them this, yelling this at them, yelling that on. 1, 2 cues is absolutely enough for an athlete on a platform. They're not going to, they're going to filter out pretty much everything else, and they're not going to be able to remember and put everything else together. You get 1 to 2 really important coaching cues, and that's what we go with.
Also, with the coaching cues, you don't want to be alerting the referees to any potential issues or infractions the lifter has previously had. For example, I know when I'm refereeing, if a lifter comes out in bench and someone's like, glutes, I am going to be watching that lifter so closely for glute lift.
There you go, coaches and athletes. You just got a tip from one of our referees that has been refereeing at this competition as well. And that's a really great tip, actually. Abdullah now from Q8, 270. He's got a long way to move the bar, this lifter. Two to one, good lift, 2 white lights. Got a red card from the side referee there.
Yeah, just on our side where we're sitting, which is the opposite to what we will see on the replay here.
Yeah, I think from this side everything looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because his elbow did cover his hip crease. And of course, if there are any questions in the calls, the referees must err in favour of the lifter.
Susnik now. He's looking very solid. It's 2 to 1, good lift. He gets a red card from the side referee.
Yeah, these referees, these side referees today aren't mucking around with squat depth. They are saying, you guys need to squat to standard. It looked all right on the replay.
Yeah, it looks fine from this side. But yeah, the referees have been very consistent this week, last week as well, setting a really good standard for depth. Schwarzenbach from Switzerland, 280. Well, that is a tough second squat. Referees say it's deep enough. He's going to have to find another gear for his third one, I think. Although his body language doesn't suggest he was concerned. His body language walking off suggested more like he was a bit surprised that he found it so heavy. It could be a case of such a long wait between lifts. And they'll go out the back now, and they'll probably just sort of readjust their weighting strategy before the next one. Leenders now, Belgium, 290. Center referee calls depth on that. Usually you're okay. I think if both side referees say it's deep enough, there's a good chance you're probably okay. Center referee, you've got to call what you see as a referee.
Yeah, it might just be a case of his squat stance making it a little bit more difficult to judge depth from the
Yeah,
front.
look, and if you get a squat that is, you know, borderline-ish, that is just deep enough, from a center perspective, that can look high. And as we said, you've got a split second to call. You've got to call what you see. Caballero from Uruguay now, 295.
He's coming in real fired up for his second attempt here.
Oh, not deep enough. Gets 2-1 on depth there. Let's have a look at the replay and just see what it looks like from our angle. Of course, we don't get to see exactly what the referee sees.
Hard to tell with that one, Gary.
It was quick in the bottom. It was a borderline sort of thing. Now look, if it's a good squat, the jury will overturn it.
Yeah,
The power is in their hands.
absolutely. And we have a super experienced jury today. We have Tatiana Romanova from Kyrgyzstan. We've got Peter van der Flyker from the Netherlands, and we've got Heather Layton from South Africa. These people have been putting in hard hours on the jury table. They have watched almost every single lift of the competition.
Arkadiusz there from Poland, watching on closely with his athlete, Yanko, 302.5, cracking into the 300s now.
Yeah, cracking into the 300s, and we're still in the B flight, and we are still in second attempts.
Well, he is going to have to find a whole new gear for his third, because that was a tough one. Churlo now from Poland as well, 315, and then we'll move into round 3.
Request for all teams to please come to the competition venue, to the championship office, and confirm
Current squat world record for junior 105 is 353 kilos.
Not much turnaround time for the Polish coach. He is back out there.
He's walking out, putting a card in and walking back in again.
Yeah, he should have just stayed out there. If he didn't have to run attempt cards, I imagine he probably would have.
He's a very busy coach. You'll see him at almost every championship event. That looked a lot better for a second. 3 whites, moved well.
Yeah, these B flight gentlemen looking really solid with their squats. It's a nice looking scoreboard so far, but of course we still have a long way to go. Obviously their third round, and then of course the whole entire A flight.
Yeah, I mean, the other challenge that comes with 2 large flights like this is when these guys finish their third round, they've got to really sort of time their warm-up for the bench as well. When you've got smaller flights, it's sort of a little bit easier to time your warm-up for your bench, because you've got the end of the second flight, then there's a 10-minute break. But with this one, it's probably going to be a little bit more of a challenge just to get it exactly the way you want it. Tryggvason now from Sweden, 260. Well, that is sort of what you want a third squat to look like. Tough. You can walk away knowing that, you know what, you ticked that number well. There probably wasn't anything else left in the tank.
Yeah, tough, but also no questions there. He slowed down, but nothing kind of gave way. He just kept pushing through it.
The bar is loaded.
Sturluson now from Iceland, 265.
Okay, so. Achterlegen, rechts runter, kom maar. Achterzicht. Ja, geh nog steun, hè. Los van nu. Kom zo. Oké, nu. Ja, recht op pakje nu, recht op nu. Ja. Squat. Kom maar zo. Oké, oké.
The white lights, the winner, 270.
3 whites gets it on the board.
Second by Van Velden in the green division.
Yeah, another good third attempt selection there. Bit of work, but no questions about depth. He pushes through the sticking point.
Bar is loaded.
Karfik now up from Czechia for 270.
Quite a sizable jump up from his second to his third. Another 17 and a half, which is, it's a big jump. That would be more, in my eyes, a first to a second jump, but obviously Team Czechia super confident. This will be a 10 kilo PB if he gets it.
That's a big addition to your personal best at the World Championships. I have no idea how he got out of the hole there, but I'm waiting for the referees. It is 3 white lights. It was well worth it. What an effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was bang on as well. His hips shot up early, but he managed to keep the bar path and push through. Absolutely phenomenal work there from Team Czechia. I probably, as a coach, wouldn't have had the confidence to load a 17 and a half kilo
It's a
jump.
big jump into the third, isn't it? Daniel Cotton now, South Africa, 270.
The white lights, the winner.
3 white lights.
By
The vocal coach award for this competition goes to South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I am surprised she hasn't lost her voice. She
Yeah.
has been supporting the South African lifters since day one of Equipped, Gary.
Yeah, she has been out there nearly every single day.
No pause this time, come on.
Gandamir from Zimbabwe now.
Come, at your time. At your time, you got this. Make sure, big brace. Stable. Squat.
Yeah, just got a little bit offline there at the bottom. You can see his hips sort of shifted back. And he took the weight back a little bit. See in the replay here probably. Gets down to the bottom quite well. And then just sort of shifts back a little bit.
The bar is loaded.
272 and a half on the bar now for Lunas from Belgium. And of course, after these, Les will move straight into Flight A.
Yeah, as we said earlier, the 105 class, I think it's the biggest class of the whole championships. 28 under 105 kilo gentlemen this morning.
It's really interesting how the 105 class and the 93 class has developed in competitiveness over the last 10 years. The 3 white lights there. The 83 kilo men, always competitive and always a huge class, and it was always sort of the class to watch. And the 93 class for a lot of years was competitive, but it was almost like a transition class as you sort of grew into the 105s. But the 93s now and the 105s have become very, very independently competitive classes to watch. The 105s are just becoming absolutely outstanding, and the 93s have grown into this just incredible class of lifters that are just lifting weights beyond anything you can imagine. So it's really great to see these weight classes develop over time. Fletcher's now from Uruguay, 280.
Vamos, Chori, dale. ¿Cómo viniste, hermano? Vamos. ¡Qué buena, viejo! ¡Vamos! ¡Mucho aire, viejo! ¡Dale! ¡A dibujar, Chori! ¡Vamos!
Almost got there, just couldn't quite keep it going. The brakes came on.
Yeah, that was probably just a few too many kilos on the bar from Team Uruguay, but it is a third lift. You don't want to go away thinking, what else could I have done? What else could I have loaded?
Yeah, it's a really tough. The third lift is a really tough one to pick. You want to put enough on there so that you can go away believing that, I did everything I could do. There's nothing worse than walking away from a third lift that was really easy, thinking, God, I could have gone 5 more, 10 more. Abdullah now from Q8 for 280.
Squat!
Well, I tip my hat to this young man. He got two red lights, unfortunately, for depth. The jury will take a look. But when he hit the hole there, I thought this was it. I thought it was over. He was so slow in the bottom. Somehow he just muscled to the top.
Yeah, he definitely ground through that. A moral victory nonetheless.
Well, it's a victory now because the jury just overturned it, and it is a good lift.
We do love a victory.
Yeah, they're much better than moral victories.
Personally, I like both.
Sushnik now from Slovenia with 280.
Squat!
Good third attempt. 3 white lights.
White lights in the field. 285 kilograms starting off from Switzerland, qualifier number 0. 2 attempts to change over for the jury. 2 attempts to change over.
All loaded!
The bar is loaded.
Schwarzenbach from Switzerland now for 285 kilos, a 5 kilo personal best, and to go 3 from 3.
Yeah, a little bit of effort there on his second attempt, so it'll be interesting if, like you said before, Gary, he manages to find another gear.
Squat!
And unfortunately, 5 kilos was just a bit too much today.
285 kilograms. Well done.
Some of these guys had pretty tough second lifts.
Changeovers for the jury. Last attempt to
See
change.
by the smaller jumps. Leenders now from Belgium for 295, just 5 kilos onto his
All loaded!
second.
The bar is loaded.
Squat!
And
3 reds, unfortunately, so no contest at the jury that one either.
Yeah,
Not getting deep enough.
he was getting higher and higher as his attempts went on, which is unfortunate, but that is something he can take back to training and reflect on.
Bianco from Poland now, 3:05.
I'm wondering with this 2.5 kilo jump,
Yeah.
Gary, whether he'll be timing out, giving his competitors Caballero and Carrillo a little bit of a chance for a breather in a flight this big. It's not
Yeah,
really needed.
I don't think leaving your attempt on the board in a flight this large is doing anyone any favours.
No.
If anything, I mean, generally in most flights, it's a sportsmanship thing to do. Leave your attempt on, so the clock times down, and give everyone a chance to rest. And of course, great opportunity to talk about the people that make this possible, Aleco and SBD. These competitions are always brought to you by Aleco and SBD and always supported. And these guys do more than just sponsor the events and sponsor the competitions, the IPF. They look after athletes in so many ways, not just through sponsorship deals either. I mean, how many times have we seen athletes show up to competitions, their luggage has been lost, and SBD and Aleco are there handing them equipment to make sure they can compete. Caballero now going from 295 of a missed lift on his second to 305 on his third. Looks like they've just followed their plan regardless of the missed lift. Now, it was on depth, I believe.
I admire the dedication to the plan, and I hope it pans out for Team Uruguay.
Yeah, it's a big call. I mean, going to that extent after a missed lift is a very big call. Well, his depth was there on that one, but just couldn't get the power through to finish it off. So it hasn't paid off. So he will only get one spot on the board at 275, which will, that'll cost him the opportunity to move up the ladder. 325 on the bar now for Karen, Germany. Sorry, I read the wrong list. Casper from Poland.
Yeah, Karen will be our A flight opener.
I read the list and looked at the uniform. That doesn't match.
Come on.
325. Well, he's strong enough. Was he deep enough? Referee say he was. Good way to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. That was pretty good lifting there from our B flight 105s. We will, of course, be moving straight into the A flight. Another 14 lifters, another 14 men at 105.
So Kieran now from Germany for 275. There are our opening nominations for Flight A with 310 Pasquarelli, sorry, 310, Jones for 310. Some big opening lifts there, world record 353. Probably not going to give that a nudge today unless someone is training for very big jumps.
Yeah, those would have to be pretty huge jumps, and pretty huge jumps between first and second and third to scratch that record. A couple of Kiwis and a couple of Aussies in this flight, Gary. Nice to see Southern Hemisphere representation.
Bit of Southern rivalry there. 3 white lights. Vergeswijzen now from the Netherlands, 275.
Quite a way below his PB of 311, which must be a Dutch record because it's not an increment of 2.5.
3 whites makes that look easy. locks that one away. And of course, Piotr in his corner. So you would be hoping he's hitting all the technical requirements, given that Piotr's role in the IPF.
Yeah, absolutely. Team New Zealand was on the warm-up rack with the Dutch team yesterday, and our girls lifted to a really high standard.
Well, you know, I mean, when you've got someone there like Piotr who's been a part of the IPF, he's championship secretary, he's often on the jury as well, you know, take advantage of having that knowledge.
Yeah,
You know, use that when you're warming up.
100%.
Luka Kurtikov now from New Zealand, 280 kilos.
I feel like you rolled your eyes when you said New Zealand there, Gary.
Oh, there was no eye rolling whatsoever. Go on, you know New Zealand and Australia, we're best friends, we're buddies, come on. We're all pally-pal.
Luca does hold the 105 squat record in New Zealand at the moment, 303 kilograms.
Well, as you can see why, that moved like a rocket, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking really good there.
That was a rocket of a squat.
He is coached by Jason Clark, of course, who coaches one of our champions, Evie Corrigan, so wouldn't expect anything less.
Tiaki Freeman, New Zealand as well, 285. Not sure who's coaching Tiaki today.
That is my brother, Rory. He is our Team New Zealand head coach. Tiaki has his own personal coach back in New Zealand, not on the coaching team, so he's putting his trust in Rory today. And Luca and Tiaki battle it out on the national stage all the time, so it'll be interesting to see what happens today.
Well, Big T gets the 3 lights today. Now for some southern rivalry from Joshua Allen from Australia at 290.
I'm not going to be too stressed about the Aussies opening here, V. It's not about the openers, it's about where we end up.
Sure, there's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm sworn to leave that one alone. Get Jonesy in his corner there as well. Plenty of experience in his corner. You would have seen Adam lift at multiple World Championship competitions representing Australia and Singapore as well at some point.
And a super speedy squat opener
really
there
good
from Team Australia.
I'd say we're setting the bar high, but that would be a bad pun. Anthony Hill from Australia now as well, 290.
Yeah, these A-flight men making their openers look as super speedy as the B-flight did.
Yeah, they're making it look easy, aren't they?
Yeah, making a weight like this look easy is no small feat.
Australia with quite a large representation here this year at the juniors. Great to see powerlifting really growing in Australia.
Yeah, of course, with all the federation changes, they've kind of solidified, they've locked in with the Australian Powerlifting Alliance. I think things are going well for powerlifting in Australia at the moment, Gary.
Well, in the last couple of years now, I've probably seen more much bigger teams at every event, which is fantastic. And we even saw big teams at World Bench over the last few years as well, which is even better.
Yeah, that's really cool. And a really high standard of lifting from the Aussies as well. As much as it pains me to say it.
And Anthony Hill gets 3 white lights. Kelvin Dier from Canada, 290. 20 years old, got a few years left in the juniors yet. Still some time to make his mark.
Of course, the junior class going from 19 to 23 years, which gives our lifters time to grow, particularly if they started lifting in the sub-juniors. They really find their feet, find their groove, find what works for them right up until they're 23, and then they can head into the opens pretty confident.
3 whites. Making short work of that one.
Yeah, another super speedy opener there.
These guys are not messing around today. Peter Mendy now for 292.5. We're getting to some big numbers now.
Yeah, and this is significantly below his PB of 331, assuming a British record and a really popular name in powerlifting circles, Mendy. I don't think that there are many people at this competition who wouldn't know who he is.
He's about to put on 292.5. Should all go well.
The thing that baffles me, Gary, is we're only halfway through first squats
I
in the
know.
A flight.
And you get into some big ones.
Squat.
And that moved at 1,000,000 miles an hour. That was like a warm-up squat. Although I wish my warm-ups looked that good.
Yeah, I wish any of my lifts looked that good. Super deep as well. He's not leaving any questions for the referees, which is just how we like to see it, especially in these opening attempts.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get out there on an opening attempt to be convincing. If you're borderlining your opening attempt on depth, for example, then, you're inviting closer inspection on your second and third. 295 for Carson Taylor from Canada. Team Canada's had a busy week.
Yeah, they have, and they've been doing really well as well. They've been putting on big numbers. They've been making really spot-on attempt selections as well, Gary.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to recognise is how important attempt selection is. This is not just a guesswork or a random number that you're putting in. It can dictate the outcome of competitions. And a couple of wrong attempt selections, and your day's pretty much over.
Yeah, and not only do you have to worry about your own lifter, what they've done before, how they're feeling, you have to be keeping track of the other lifters in the session. You have to be keeping track of their body weight, their lot number. It's a maths game and it's a mind game, and I know some of the coaches absolutely love it. They're out the back there with their clipboards doing the maths.
Alan Barron now from France, 300 kilos.
Start. Relax.
3 white lights, good. 212 for the IPF. Netherlands, 1 point.
Conning now from the Netherlands for 300.
It's interesting to see how many of these gentlemen hold their national squat records. Koning with 318 listed as his PB, which must be a Dutch record as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so great to see that, the standard of lifting, that the people that are here lifting, literally are the best that each country has to offer. Holding national records, etc.
Something I really enjoy, Gary, is watching how lifters have matched other parts of what they're wearing to their kit. It brings me so much joy to see the matching Jordans with the Netherlands
Yeah,
kit.
I did notice the matching Jordans and shoelaces.
Very cool.
3 white lights. Martin Brester from Germany, 305.
Still a few openers to go, and still a few openers from projected podium favourites looking to get a squad on the board. Of course, the game doesn't start until the numbers are up.
We'll get through this first round and then we can start seeing who's sitting where, who's in the potential seat for a podium finishing squat. Brester now from Germany, 305. Makes it look easy. Waiting for the referee's lights. 3 whites. Lawrence Jones now from the US for 310. And Lawrence is certainly not going to have it all his own way today.
No, especially if Team Italy and Team GB have anything to say about it. And there have been upsets. Gary, I know we've said this before, but there have been things that no one could have predicted, no one had money on until the lifts started happening, and then it busted the competition wide open.
Yeah, I mean, they really have seen some big upsets, some unexpected turns of events. And there's so many factors you got to consider when you're at a World Championships. Of course, you've got all the travel and everything, different food, different environment. But also with juniors and sub-juniors, there's such the unpredictability of what they can lift. And we've got 2 red lights there. So the US with no depth. Let's get the coach. You're going to take a walk to the jury. You're going to have a look at the replay.
That was the side he got the white light from, and I can kind of see where that ref was coming from, but I could also see where the refs sitting on our side, Gary, were coming from in real time. The jury has sent the coach away. Unfortunately, no lift there for our American lifter, who was the projected favourite in this class.
Well, I have to see what he does now. Does he stick to his plan, or does he repeat that? Boscaroli now from Italy, 310.
He's also one of our podium favourites, and Team Italy has not come to play these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, 3 white lights. He's on the board. That is a great start from Italy. We come into round 2 already now with Karen from Germany for 290. And we talk about upsets and we talk about why they're happening. That missed lift from the US, that could be the game changer there. I mean, I've seen a few times this week lifters miss an opening squat or get an opening squat and don't get any other squat on the board, so they're adding nothing to their subtotal during their squats. And that is really hard to make up again at the end of deadlift, and it has resulted in unexpected changes in the predicted order.
Yeah, we probably haven't heard Star Spangled Banner as much as we had expected to. Gary, of course, listening to the national anthems of the country that won, it appears we just had a little bit of a misload, missing a whole 25 kilo plate. When there's that many 25 kilos though, I kind of get it. Probably. I never have enough 25s on the bar to be able to feel the difference. Of course, our spotters and loaders have been doing an absolutely outstanding job the last couple of
Yeah,
weeks.
they sure have. I mean, we make a few jokes here and there when we've got a misload, but these guys are amazing, and they have a few seconds to load the bar. 3 white lights, they have a few seconds to unload and load the bar. They have a little screen on the corner that gives them the number of each colour plate that needs to go on. But turnaround time is very quick. You haven't got time to stand there and stare at it. Lucas Wijzen now from the Netherlands, 290.
Squat.
2-1. Got a red card for the side referee for depth. We'll go to the jury for that one.
Yeah, we'll see what the side referee saw here just on this angle. It'll be interesting to see if the jury overturns it or leaves it alone. They look pretty happy.
Yeah, there don't seem to be too many deep conversations. Kirchhoff now from New Zealand, 295 kilos.
Come on!
15-kilo jump up, but still well below Luca's PB.
Squat.
2-1. He gets a yellow card from the side referee, which is interesting.
Yeah, yellow can be any number of infractions. It'll be interesting to see what the ref saw. We don't normally see yellow on a squat. Perhaps he thought he jumped the rack command, but of course, if he did jump the rack command, the centre referee is going to be more likely to call it.
The big T, Taki Freeman from New Zealand now, 302.5.
Yeah, still below his PB as well. Tiaki, a veteran representing New Zealand at Worlds. He's been in our team for the last couple of years.
Squat.
2-1. It's a good lift. Gets a red card for the side referee again.
And the bar almost faced us completely. He lost his line on the way up and twisted.
Yeah, got the old helicopter motion going.
Ball loaded.
The bar is loaded.
Well, the jury seems happy, so Freeman's lift will stand. He probably just needs to tidy that up a little bit on his third attempt.
The Commandeur from Canada now, 305.
Set it up. Squat. Get up. Right there. Hold. Rack.
3 white lights, another one on the board. Just rolling through these seconds. Everyone's sort of shuffling through the rankings a little bit, and then we'll get into the third round, and then we'll have a very clear picture of who's going to be where.
Yeah, we still have one of our B flight
Yeah.
lifters on the
I
podium.
was just
However,
looking at that as well.
there's a lot to come, and things would have to go really badly for these A flight lifters for him to maintain that position. It is Casper from Poland with his 325 kilo squat, but Buscaroli and Bresta will be both looking to push him off the podium, and probably Mendy as well coming into his thirds.
Unfortunately, there is a no lift there for Australia. Jonesy going to take a bit of a walk to the jury and see if he can turn on that Australian charm.
Is that what you call it?
Well, clearly it doesn't work because he didn't get it overturned. Carson Taylor from Canada, 310.
Really taking his time to get under that bar and walk it out.
Well, seemed to do the trick though. It moved really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, using that whole minute to get set up, it can be something that pays off, but it can also be a little bit of a risk if you leave something that the refs aren't happy with.
Yeah, it can have a positive or a negative.
Bar is loaded.
Anthony Hill from Australia, 310. Looks good from where we're sitting. 3 white lights. Probably a well-chosen second lift there. Not a heap of room to jump to the next one, but just, occasionally bring it up there.
Yeah, it was controlled, it was slow. He didn't seem, there was no question about it, but yeah, I'm not sure. There is another massive jump in there from Team Australia.
Bar is loaded.
Conning now from the Netherlands.
I was going to say, do you think the Netherlands Jordans are sponsored? However, his teammate doesn't have the same shoes. I think they're possibly just Luke's little extra touch of.
I think that's his own personal collection.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, not quite there. There was a 15-kilo jump, but his opener looked really smooth. He doesn't look super comfortable walking off. I hope he can come back and get that on his third. Yeah, he just lost his line there. Hips shot back a little bit too quickly out of the hole. He just needs to tighten it up.
The weather's temperature's starting to warm up a little bit in here as well, so athletes are probably starting to feel a little bit more comfortable at the back.
Probably. They're probably feeling more comfortable than us anyway because they're doing stuff and we're not.
I just finally removed a layer of clothing, so. That moved really fast, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a beautiful attempt from Team GB. It was a massive jump. That was well over 20 kilos, 25 kilos in fact. So he will be looking to take some more kilos heading into the bench event. Mendy is our projected second currently. It'll have to depend on how the lifts go. As we've said, there's been upsets. We can't be making calls this early on in the day.
No, move up from our top runners now. Alan Barron now from France with 320. Taking a 20-kilo jump from first to second, but still below his personal best though.
He gets one on depth from the far side referee, which of course will be the angle that we see here.
Yeah, look, I think from this angle, I think we're okay, but as we said, I'm not sitting in the referee's chair.
No, exactly, and we have to make the calls as we see them in the chair. I would say, aside from spotting and loading, refereeing is one of the hardest jobs because you are under constant scrutiny. You're under scrutiny from the coaches, the lifters, everyone watching the live stream.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
it,
Everyone's an armchair referee. I've
it
been one plenty of times.
yeah, absolutely. And I myself, even though I am actually a referee, I've also been guilty of being an armchair referee, then realizing that what you see in the chair is not exactly what you see on the live stream.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 325 on the bar for Brester from Germany. Looks good. 3 whites. Gets the job done nicely. Lawrence Jones now for 327.5 with an interesting move. He didn't get 310, and they've gone up 17.5 kilos. I think this is a risky move.
He doesn't look overly confident, Gary. I don't want to jinx it, but he looked a little bit concerned getting under that bar.
Well, this is equal to his personal best, so he's on his second lift. He hasn't got a lift on yet, and looking at equaling his personal best. If it pays off, it will really help him. Depth looks good. I think it has paid off. Waiting for the referee's lights. I think it's okay. Referees say 2-1. It is a good lift.
Yeah, he got red light from our side, which is not the side that you'll see here. I mean, his depth did definitely look better. I think the jury seemed pretty happy with it. All smiles, no in-depth conversations, and no one reaching for that overturn button. So Jones is on the board with a squat.
So Italy now, Buscaroli for 327.5 as well. I want this one to be convincing. And not sure what happened there. He sort of got into the hole and just didn't seem to come out again.
No, it was a 17.5 kilo jump. I do wonder whether he just maybe lost tension at the bottom of the hole. Hard to tell.
Yeah, look, from that angle, what we're seeing, it just looked like it was too heavy.
I don't think his belt was done up either. I think these gentlemen perhaps need to double, triple
Maybe
check.
double check
Yeah.
their belts. You can see some projected totals on the screen there. So really important for these guys to be getting some numbers on. If you're not getting squats on the board, you're not adding to your total. We're coming into round 3 already with Elga Schweisen from the Netherlands for 295. These guys pushing themselves right to the edge in their third lifts.
Yeah, exactly. That is what third lifts are for. It was only a 5 kilo jump up from the second, so he's not leaving too much out there.
Gerin now from Germany for 297.5. Still well below his personal best.
Yeah, and Germany, just with that technical proficiency that is on another level. Last night in the 84 plus class, the German ladies were phenomenal. And again, he failed the lift, but that was on strength. Nothing went out of the
Yeah, there
ordinary
wasn't
there.
anything wrong with his technique. His technique stayed true to form all the way through, but unfortunately it was just a bit too much today. The Kirkloff from New Zealand now 305.
will just be a small 2 kilo PB for Luca if he gets it. And PBing on the world platform is huge, and it's something that I don't think people realise is that these young lifters have gone through so much to get here that even equaling their PB is impressive.
Yeah, you shouldn't be underestimated or underrated in any way. I mean, the world stage is a completely different environment. You've got these cameras everywhere. There's lights. We've got a whole media table with all sorts of things set up over here. You've got live commentators, you know, that have seen every world championship event. It is tough to walk out there. And then you've got the international level refereeing as well, and a jury panel sitting there. The 305 for Kirchhoff. Can he pull it off? Depth looks good. Speed looks good. I think he's there. He is. 3 white lights. Good finish.
Yeah, a good lift for Luca. Probably right on the money there.
Just crushed his coach, but
That's fine. That's what Jason's there for.
yeah, we'll find a replacement for him. It's fine. Joshua Allen from Australia, 310. Didn't get through 7.5. Decided to go up an extra 2.5.
Yeah, just missed it on depth, I believe. So perhaps hoping the extra 2.5 helps with the whole gravity situation a little bit more.
I don't think the 2.5 he's going to notice that too much on his back either. Yeah, he's got the bar back up this time. 3 white lights. The 2.5 kilos work. Just interested to see how classic lifters are using our little equipped secrets there. Although I don't think adding more weight and equipped is a secret. I think it's just our standard approach now.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
I couldn't get depth, coach. What should I do? Yeah, just throw another 10 kilos.
Add more weight, it'll push it down.
Tiaki Big T Freeman from New Zealand, 310. Yeah, it's lucky he didn't have an extra piece of toast this morning because he weighed in at 104.85.
Tiaki had a rough gut cut. I'm not going to lie. That boy made us nervous yesterday.
Well, he's had 3 meals since weighing though, so he's fine. Oh, he's grinding it out. What an effort. You can see his face change when he knew he had it. 3 white lights, and Big T puts another one on the board. What an effort.
Yeah, absolutely. He was bang on there. And as I mentioned, rough gut cut, him and Luca both. Luca just 50 grams under the top weight, leaving nothing. Nothing.
Must have been a stressful experience for coaches this morning.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm not on the New Zealand coaching team today. I don't know if I could have coped with that.
Commandeur from Canada now, 312 and a half.
We've still got over half our A flight lifters to go on their third attempts. We have some absolutely enormous squats coming up. All of them, obviously, because we're over it now, over that 300 kilo mark, looking to go into the mid 300s. It is going to be really interesting to see how these young men make these weights move.
Three white lights. Another good lift.
Yeah, Canada again, attempt selections bang on, technical proficiency really on the money. No questions for depth there.
Yeah, look how he kept his chest up the whole way through, and that's what really enabled him to drive it up. Luke Conning now, Netherlands, 315.
It just looked a smidge heavy on his second. I don't know if it was a strength thing. It might have been just a small technicality, something he can tidy up on his setup.
A grind, 2-1. It is a good lift.
Yeah, just one on that far side. Referee for depth will be interested to see what comes here, but that was such a fantastic comeback from the Dutch lifter. I think it looks all right, Gary.
Yeah, I think he's going to get away with that one. Jury don't seem to be in too deep and meaningful conversation about it.
No, the jury looks pretty happy with that. Just enjoying watching a high standard of lifting from these young men.
Carson Taylor, Canada, 317.5.
Squat.
Holy mackerel, that was smoking fast.
I blinked and I missed it. I'm just going to assume it was fantastic.
Wow.
Mate, I might just glue my eyes to this replay. Even the replay's fast, Gary.
How do you do a third squat at normal speed? Anthony Hill from Australia, 317.5. The big island continent. If you're flying from the east coast of Australia, you can pretty much double the time it's going to take you to get here.
Yeah, the issue with flying over Australia is you have a solid 8 hours sleep and you're still flying over Australia when you wake up.
You're still flying. Three white lights. He'll be very happy with that. Alan Barron from France now set next one out, 325.
Yeah, we are getting through these third attempts. So many of our lifters just absolutely nailing attempt selections. Casper from the B flight is still in podium position for the squats, but this
He's hung in there for a bit though, isn't he?
he is hanging in there, and like I said, it would just take something to go not quite right for these A flight lifters for him to end up with a medal from the B flight, which I have to say is one of my favourite upsets in powerlifting. I love a B flight medal.
Well, this one's about to knock him off the podium, I'm afraid. With Barron getting that 325 and on body weight just knocks him off. And there is nothing between silver there either. So also Barron, so sorry, I've misread that. Casper's lighter on body weight.
Yeah, so he's still
Wow, so
he's still holding on by the skin of his teeth to that silver medal. Barron is currently in bronze. We have 4 squats to go.
So we've got Mascarelli now for 327.5, just on his second. This will put him into the gold medal position momentarily for squats with 3 lifters to follow.
Yeah, he's currently lighter than Jones from the USA, who of course hit this weight in his second attempt.
Bit more committed on that one. 3 white lights, gets it on the board, puts himself at the top of the table.
Yeah, just bumping Barron off that squat podium. Casper from the B flight still hanging in there
Still
on
hanging in there.
bronze.
3 more lifts to come. Peter Mendy now from Great Britain, 332.5. Just a smidge above his personal best at 331.
Peter's squats have been so smooth and so quick today.
Yeah, they really have
Actually,
been.
the GB females last night in the 84 plus class, phenomenal lifting. They were just superb to watch. So I feel like Team GB has really locked in for this championships.
got a little. He looks a little bit confused there.
I think that he could have possibly ground through that. That is why he's looking confused. His coach is going to go to the jury and ask for a fourth
Well,
attempt, which of course is allowed if the spotters and loaders take the bar too early. What do you think,
I am going to
Gary?
err on the side of the spotters here. The bar dipped, and the spotters reacted to that moment. Whether the referees were able to pick that up or whether it would have managed to slide through, I don't know. But I will take my hat off to the spotters. They have a split second to react to whatever they feel, and sometimes, occasionally it happens where they might take a bar early. But I tell you, I'd rather they take one bar out of 100 too early than someone loses, gets pinned underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, their main job, as well as lifting every single kilo on the platform, is keeping our lifters safe.
Baresto with the grind, 337 and a half. 2-1, it's a good lift, so he puts himself on the podium.
And just bumping Casper
Yeah.
from the B flight, just off the podium. But he hung on there right until the second to last squat.
He was almost there. It would have been great to see that again. We've seen it a few times this week. Lawrence Jones now from the US with a whopping 340, 12 and a half kilos above his personal best.
Of course, Lawrence just missed out on his opening attempt for depth. He tidied it up for his second, but as you can see, there was still one red light for depth from this side. He will need to really convince the referees with this 340.
Yeah, look, and this 340 isn't about a podium finish for the deadlifts either. Although it will give him the squat. Although this will give him the gold medal in the squats. This is about him looking at the big picture, looking at the subtotals and going, I need to create a gap and get myself out in front and hold myself there. And it's a big risk, big reward. If it comes off, he sets himself up in a great position for the next two disciplines. If it doesn't, he's behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, Mendy, of course, close on his tail, as is Buscaroli.
Well, that one not quite deep enough though. He moved it well.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 reds for depth. I'm not sure his coach is going to have much luck at the jury table at all.
Yeah, I think he's getting it waved away. He has been, so no joy there. So we come to the end of the squat session. Brewster there with 337 and a half. Boscaroli with 327 and a half, and Jones with 327 and a half as well. And Casper almost sliding into a podium finish from the B flight. Absolutely on fire. And there are our projected totals at the moment. You can see how close those top three really are. And you can see why Jones went for that 340 to try and make a bit of a gap there. Had it paid off, would have been genius, but unfortunately not today. We're going to be right back in about 10 minutes time to watch these guys hit the bench press. Welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships, live from Sun City and brought to you by none other than Eleiko and SBD. And we are just about to get underway with the 105 kilo bench press. That's two big flights, 14 and 14. I am joined by none other than Brer Rabbit, all the way from the Briar Patch in New Zealand. We're going to take you through all the action. And Casper from Flight B just missing out on a podium finish in the squat there. He hung on right until the last two lifts and almost got up there as well. But we'll get the bench press underway now. World record for the bench press 105 juniors, 233.5. Probably not going to give that a nudge today, although Lawrence Jones certainly is within striking range if everything was to go really, really well. Right off the bat though, in Flight B, Daniel Cotton with 140 kilos. Of course, bench press, the most technical lift of all, not just for the lifter, but for the referees as well. And making short work of that one with 3 white lights. Susnik now looking for 142.5. Now, if you're wondering why Brer Rabbit's been quiet for the last couple of minutes, that's because she made the rookie error of taking a rather crunchy biscuit for a mid-flight snack and hasn't been able to speak for the last 3 minutes.
Hey, I don't think people at home are complaining. They've had enough of me the last 2 weeks. Need to keep my energy up before this super long session. 28 lifters, Gary.
I've just been sitting there watching you try and get through this biscuit to pick your microphone up, chewing at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It's better than chewing ASMR on the microphone. I think our viewers would probably mute us then, Gary.
I don't think it'd be the viewers that would mute us if we get muted before that. 3 white lights on the board there. Gundamure now from Zimbabwe looking for 150. This is the lift that can often make or break your competition. It's the one where it's the easiest for things to go wrong.
Yeah, if you're not training to competition standard, when you are training for bench, it is really hard to pull it back on the day because there's so many things to focus on. Your feet have to stay flat on the floor, your glutes have to stay in contact on the bench, your shoulders in contact on the bench, your head in contact on the bench, your hands not too wide, elbows to depth, elbows locked out at the end of the lift, and no upper body thrust if you sink the bar.
There's a lot happening, and Gundamure gets 3 white lights, and it's on the board. The other difficult side to bench is we talk about competition standards. Not everyone has the opportunity to train on Eleiko equipment, and if you're training on a bench that is higher or lower than an Eleiko bench, then making adjustments when you come to a competition can also create challenges. Well, we saw in Lithuania a few years back during COVID, or sort of towards the end of COVID there, where everyone had been training at home on home gym equipment and things like that. We saw a lot of lifters getting red lighted for butt lift. And the only thing we could sort of put it down to was that people are training at home on benches that are a different height.
Yeah, and not only the height, but also the width of the pad, the softness of the pad. The bench pad that is currently on the platform is one of the beautiful new Eleiko Sky pads. They are so soft, which is not what you would get normally at a gym. Normally the bench pads are quite firm.
Karthik there just smoking his opener. Caballero from Uruguay now, 167.5. 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded.
Doesn't look super impressed walking off the platform. I do wonder whether there is a little bit more that he was expecting from his opener today, but he's still got 2 more lifts.
Schwarzenbeck now, 170.
Start. Press. Rack.
3 whites, gets that one on the board.
Yeah, a good lift there, but just like the squats, we don't want to see anything. They can start pushing their subtotal out.
Leenders now from Belgium for 172.5.
Start. Press. Rack.
And a fantastic opening lift there. 2 white lights, gets a red card with a yellow, sorry, a red light with a yellow card, side referee, which could be a number of different things. Most often, side referees at butt lift. I think he is playing with fire there. There was just a smidge of contact, and I could see the jury actually reacting to that smidge of contact.
Yeah, and it's tricky when you have so much leg drive that your glutes are moving on the bench, because of course the movement is allowed. Loss of contact though is not. That far side referee definitely made the right call. From where she's sitting, it probably looks like it lifted, but there was still like the slightest bit of contact.
Just a smidge. So Abdullah now Q8 175. Another good opener. If you can hear the chief referee in this session, you'll probably recognise his voice from the podcast that's been getting out there during this competition. So that's Nick. He's been around a lot. And this is the most amount of time I've seen Nick go without telling a joke.
Yeah, well, he is refereeing, so he has to be at least somewhat
Well, yeah,
serious.
you'd think so, wouldn't you?
I do know that when he has been TCing earlier in the competition, he has been enthusiastically hyping all lifters up from all nations.
Well, that's what you like to see. Tryggvason now from Sweden, 180.
Start. Press.
It is nice. He's a nice and loud referee, which is particularly important during bench press.
3 white lights. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be difficult to hear the commands clearly, particularly if the environment is loud. I mean, it's quite good here that the sound travels really, really well, but I have competed myself in some places where, there's a little bit, quite a bit of background noise, and it's very difficult to really clearly hear those commands. Lunas now from Belgium, 180. And you've got as an athlete on the bench press, you've got a lot going on already. You've got a lot going on in your head. You've got a lot you're trying to think about and concentrate on. Having to focus again on, did I hear that command? Was that the command? It's something you don't want to happen. Casper now from Poland for 185.
Of course, Casper just being bumped off the squat podium.
Well, we were bucking for him to stay on the podium, but unfortunately just got pipped there at the end.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, but also the medals from the B flights aren't to be expected. They are an anomaly.
They are hard. They're hard to get from the B flight. You don't have the advantage of watching what other lifters have lifted so that you can sort of chase after it.
Start. Press.
3 white lights, great way to open. Moving through this round quite quickly. Sturluson now from Iceland, 185. He has an extremely fast descent.
Yeah, and a super long range of motion. Definitely no question there for bench depth. I think his elbows were almost on the floor by the time he reached his chest.
Bianco from Poland now, 187 and a half. Three whites.
Yeah, a good lift there. We've just got one more opener coming through from this B flight.
Palacas from Uruguay for 190. That was super fast. He got a great press command on that one.
Yeah,
Timed it really well.
absolutely. And that is all our B flight gentlemen on the board with their bench press.
It was a fast round, moving quite quickly. I think the athletes will be happy with that though. I mean, with a big flight like this, you want it to move quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we're still not in the last session of the championships. We do have the 120, 120 plus men this afternoon. And as far as I'm aware, that's a pretty big session too.
Yeah, it's another big one. It's always an exciting one though, the 120s and 120 pluses, particularly the 120 pluses. Some big weights being shifted around, but they really tend to hype each other up in the first round as well. Adds a bit more excitement. Daniel Cotton, South Africa, 150. Three whites. Susnik now for 150.
Obviously, we are seeing slightly smaller jumps up in the bench press. We've talked about it earlier in the week. Smaller muscle group. The brakes come on a lot quicker with the bench press, and even something as small as 2.5 kilos can make or break the lift.
Yeah, I think we've all been there before where everything moves really, really well. You put on 2.5 kilos and you staple to the bench. Three white lights. Quite a narrow grip for someone with such long arms.
Yeah, he's definitely not making the most of the allowed width of the bar. You can see the rings on the outside of his hands. He could probably put both his hands at least 10 centimeters further out and still be within the allowed distance as per the technical rules.
Gundamure, Zimbabwe now, 160. Well executed. 3
Thank you
whites.
once completed. Classified against African Korea by class number and 11.
Garfic now from Czechia, 175.
Maybe it is just the open age lifter in me, Gary, but it always stresses me out when I see lifters to come out to bench with no wrist straps. My wrists are sore just looking at that. Do you bench with wrist straps, Gary?
I have benched with wrist straps for a very, very, very long time, especially given I'm Masters 2 now. But I put my wrist straps on at training actually quite early, even in my warm-ups. 3 white lights. You know, I mean, I sort of put mine on at 80 to 100 kilos. They're already on them. Even though we're still sort of hitting warm-ups, I just find that to provide that little bit of extra support. Eric Schwarzenbach, Switzerland, 177.5. And of course, I bench in SBD wrist straps.
Yeah, same. Mine are the nice bright pink Nova release from earlier this year.
Nice.
Are you surprised at all by that,
I
Gary?
am actually not surprised whatsoever. 3 white lights. Yeah, SBD have got a nice range of choices of wrist straps. I mean, I like the long, stiff ones, but they've got a whole lot you can choose from, and to suit sort of everyone's sort of needs now, which is really good.
Yeah, it is. SBD obviously realizing the fact the market is growing, the sport is becoming bigger. Even the different colorways, which I know isn't as important as the stiffness of the wraps, but it means that people can have their little bit of individuality, the little bit of spark on the platform.
Yeah, look, I think it's nice for athletes to put a bit of individual, bring their personality to the platform as well. Caballero now, 177.5. Oh, and he gets 2 yellow cards from side referees there. I'm going to imagine that's probably butt lift, but let's take a look.
Yeah, 2 yellows from the sides. It means something is usually pretty noticeable.
Well, it was butt lift. It wasn't super noticeable, but it was there.
Yeah, our side referees today aren't mucking around. Both of them have been pretty tight on stuff like squat depth, so they are keeping these 105 gentlemen to a really high standard, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the pinnacle of competition. It's great to see referees picking up even those small things like that. Abdullah from Q8 180.
Start. Press. Right.
Gets it back to the top. 2 to 1. We've got a blue card and a yellow card. Now the yellow card is likely butt lift. Blue card, I would imagine downward movement. The side referee is probably seeing the bar at one end dip.
Yeah, it can also be for lack of elbow lockout at the end. There was a lot going on in there, Gary. I think both of the side referees made the correct call. The jury is discussing with the Kuwait coach.
In the meantime, Linda's for Belgium 185.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Kuwait's
I saw the nod from the jury there. No, sorry.
Start. Press. Right.
3 white lights.
All loaded.
The bar is loaded.
190 kilos on the bar for Tryggvason from Sweden.
Start. Press.
3 white lights.
Yeah, a good lift. Not too much different from his opener at all.
The mark is loaded.
Luna's now from Belgium, 190 kilos. Moving through this second round really quickly as well.
Yeah, it's like the spotters and loaders have almost found a different gear in spotting and loading. They're not mucking around.
2-1. It's a good lift with a yellow card for the side referee. He looks a bit puzzled as to why. But you can see why he's barely in contact as it is.
It is
And I
so
think that should
close.
have attracted the attention. I mean, it stayed down, absolutely, but he's barely in contact with it to begin with his glutes there. Casper now from Poland, 195.
Start. Press. Rack.
2-1, no lift, yellow cards there. I think he's got a bit of a cramp in his hip as well, this way he's reaching there.
Yeah.
Mark is loaded.
Let's see what the referees saw.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there it is. Just pops up there for a split second. Well picked up by the referees.
Yeah, we do have a light that shines underneath the lifter, and it does become very noticeable on the live stream.
So Bianco now from Poland, 195.
Start. Press. Rack.
3 white lights and blue
3 whites.
95 kilos. Battling for the mark Iceland.
Sturluson now
Bachelor from Norway.
Ball loaded.
The mark is loaded.
from Iceland, 195.
Yeah, a 10 kilo jump up. He did have a super long range of motion in his first one. It'll be interesting to see how the increase in weight will affect him. Also not making the most of the grip width. I can see the rings on the outside of his right hand.
Start. Press. Rack.
3 white lights.
275 on the mat. Sebastian Palacio from Uruguay, followed by Tom from Sweden.
Ball loaded.
The mark is loaded.
Pachas now from Uruguay, 202.5.
Dale, Chori, vamos. 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 Atento a esa pausa, gordo, Sale, Twitch no para, No para de empujar, Chori, vamos. Hasta el final. Start. Press.
And that is a no lift there.
Daniel Alexander from Scotland.
We move into our third round. Daniel Cotton, 155.
Ball loaded.
The mark is loaded.
Three white lights. I think the screaming from the coach might have actually been beneficial that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Kept him moving. I'm surprised she hasn't lost her voice. I think if I did that even once, Gary, that would be me done for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's quite an amazing effort. She's been here on multiple sessions, multiple days, pretty much every day, uh, managing so many athletes this week. Slisnik now 155.
Another lifter with a really close grip and long range of motion, making it more of a tricep exercise than a chest exercise.
Yeah, look, we'll have a look at this from the front angle at the replay, and it's really quite interesting. You talk about his narrow grip, so that's a no lift. Lot of infractions there. Basically a bag of Skittles there, all the colours of the rainbow.
Yeah.
But you can see the angle at the bottom of his arm to the bar there. He's actually not putting himself in the most powerful position or position to produce power.
Yeah.
So a fraction out on his grip would improve that. Kandamiu from Zimbabwe now, 165.
Start. Press. Back.
Three white lights, gets that one on.
Yeah, a better bench session there for our lifter from Zimbabwe than he had on squats. Really nice to see.
Cavallero next out from Uruguay, 177 and a half.
Of course, just missing this second attempt on glute lift, which does seem to be an issue in this 105 class.
Let's see how he corrects that for this one, for 177 and a half. Well, move fast. And again, 2-1, centre ref and side referee, yellow cards.
The centre referee, I believe, indicating to the jury that he jumped the press command, which of course is one of the many, many things that athletes do have to keep an eye on.
The jury has just overruled the last decision, so that is a good lift.
Jury has overruled the previous event. That's a good lift.
Abdullah now from Kuwait, 180.
It's nice to see juries overturning lifts in favour of the lifter. It adds a little bit more positivity to a lifter's day, especially if there has been multiple infractions.
Three white lights. Yeah, sometimes it's nice just feeling like things are going your way.
Bar is loaded.
McCarthick now 182 and a half. Taking his time with the setup. Third lift, being a little bit extra cautious.
Yeah, a big 7.5 kilo jump up from his second attempt.
Looks pretty easy.
Yeah, it
Probably
does.
could have gone 10 maybe. Pretty happy with that. Three white lights. I'd be happy with that too.
Yeah.
Schwarzenbach, 185. Just couldn't quite get it there today.
And according to the numbers,
Third lifts in bench are always a little bit hit and miss.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, an extra 2.5. I know he jumped up 7.5, but if he had have jumped up 5, would he have got it, or was it just too much?
Yeah, it's one of those lifts that's really hard to predict where the end point is when you're lifting. I mean, you can have a great second lift. You come off, talk to your coach, yeah, it felt fantastic. Coach is like, yeah, it moved really fast. Let's put an extra 5 kilos on, and that just happens to be the one that breaks the wall. Leaders now for Belgium with 190.
Start. Press.
2-1. Yellow card for the side referee again there. So we'll take a look.
3 attempts to change overs or nothing to do. 3 attempts to change overs, no anything. The bar is
Well,
loaded.
I'm not 100% sure if it left contact at the very, very start or not, so going to leave that one in the hands of the jury, and they think it's okay. 195 for Kasper from Poland.
Start. Press.
Bit slow off the chest, but picked up speed really quickly, and we're just waiting on the refs. It is 2-1.
Be interesting to see if we can see what the infraction is from this side. There was lift, loss of contact, perhaps not. It was definitely the gap kind of under his hamstrings more than his glutes. The jury doesn't seem bothered. I think his lift will stand.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Tryggvason now from Sweden, 195. Of course, Sweden, the home of our great sponsor, Aleco. Makers of the greatest lifting equipment on the planet, and prior to making the greatest lifting equipment on the planet, makers of the greatest waffle irons on the planet.
I was going to say, have you been to the Aleco factory, Gary?
I have had the benefit.
Oh, I'm very envious.
It's something to be in awe of. 3 white lights.
This is the last attempt to change over. The bar is loaded.
I'm convinced that if I mention the Aleco waffle iron enough times over the next several years, they will one day give me one.
I'm pretty sure that
I
is
have been
correct.
waiting 10 years. I feel like this year, next year is my year.
Yeah, 11th year's the charm.
Lunas now, 195.
Start. Press.
3 white lights. I bet on the last day of competition, Aleco were thinking, we've gotten through a whole competition without him mentioning the waffle iron. No, I remembered.
We'll make sure we tag them in the comments of this live stream to doubly make sure they have heard you.
Bianco from Poland now, 200 kilos. It's a big personal best, 5 kilos on his best lift.
Start. Press.
And it's just a bit too much today. The Kalakis now from Uruguay for 202.5. A couple more lifts and we're into the next flight. He's fired up for this one.
Yeah, he did miss it on his second attempt, so I think he is hoping to get it. It will be a huge PB for him should he get it.
Sure is, 12.5. Oh, I think he's got it there. I think his foot might have shifted though. Yeah, unfortunately we've got 2 yellow cards. One will be for the foot lifting off the floor.
And I do think, even from our angle, Gary, I saw a bit of a glute lift. Because the foot is allowed to slide, but I believe he picked it off
Yeah,
the
he
floor
did
and
actually
stepped
lift his foot.
forward. A shame.
Sherlison now from Iceland for 205, and again a personal best lift. I'll add 4.5 kilos to it, and if his current personal best 200.5 is a national record and still a standing national record, this will then beat the national record and replace it as well. So you can break national records at a world championship event. I don't think you can keep that going for so you can only keep that going for so long. What an effort though.
Yeah, it was very tricep heavy. He was so close to lockout, and it's so easy for me to say he just needed to push his elbows through because I'm not the one carrying over 200 kilos.
So we're into our flight A now. Tiaki Freeman, Big T, New Zealand, 165. There are our nominations there. We'll keep you updated with the score as we go through this and as we get our lifters on the board for flight A.
A little bit of effort there for an opener from Tiaki. A little bit slow to lock out. As I mentioned, he did have a pretty rough gut cut, which of course, bench is the easiest lift to mess around with when your weight is doing funny things.
Yeah, it's where it takes the toll the most, simply because it's such a much smaller muscle group. Luke Conning now from Netherlands, 170. Just waiting the referees for that one.
Yeah, it looks a little bit slow there.
Waiting on the chief referee to press the button. 3 white lights. I'll just have to remind Nick a bit later on that the referee's lights are not mind activated.
Yeah, we learned that the hard way. Learned that the hard way earlier this week.
Elgerschweizen now from the Netherlands, 185. Just a reminder, we are in flight A now.
Yeah, it'll be these gentlemen looking to take the podium positions in the bench press event. I mean, we did have some phenomenal lifts in the B flight. However, most of our openers are already going to be above that weight. It would take something drastic throughout the whole flight to mean that any of the B flight lifters remain on the podium. That was speedy.
Here's a red light with a yellow card from the side referee there. I'll have a quick look. There is minuscule contact, but there is contact.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, especially with those SBD singlets. The black of them just manages to blend in with the bench, and it becomes very apparent when they're not touching. So that looked good. Just.
Yeah, he's playing. He's definitely playing with fire. Bresta now from Germany, 187 and a half. Make short work of that one. No messing around there. 3 white lights. Anthony Hill from Australia, 190.
Really utilising that whole minute. He's still got about 20 seconds to get the start command.
Yeah, look, it's all well and good, but if there is something that referees aren't 100% happy with, you get a re-rack or in all sorts of strike, 3 white lights. And it's really easy to sort of say from an athlete or even a coach's position, yeah, but I've got a good setup and everything's always fine. That's great, and for the most part, it probably is, but there's always going to be that one time when a referee's not happy with someone and asks you to re-rack.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as you re-rack, you are losing important time to set up for the remainder of the lift.
And Commandier now from Canada, 190 kilos.
Start. Press. Rack.
3 white lights, a good lift there for Tate. We wouldn't expect anything less though from an opening attempt and from an opening attempt from Team Canada.
All loaded.
The bar is loaded.
192 and a half for Karen.
Start. Press. Rack.
Looks like a good opener, 3 white lights.
New Zealand, followed by Mandy and
All
Carter.
loaded.
The bar is loaded.
Kirchhoff coming out from New Zealand, 192.5, just below his PB of 197.5, which is huge. That is a massive weight to be lifting. But Gary, we've got openers over 200 kilos in this A flight.
Yeah, there's some big lifts coming our way.
Start. Press. Rack.
There's another good looking lift on the board.
Yeah, he looks pretty happy with that as well. Lots of good looking openers for the A flight, just like their squats. Their squats in that first round were immaculate.
Yeah, there are some fantastic benches in this session. Mendy now, 195.
Yeah, Mendy, one of our projected podium favourites. Not too far behind Jones. In fact, not behind Jones except for the 300 grams of body weight that separates them. So that'll be interesting to see how Team GB and Team USA play with the numbers today.
Bit of a masterclass there.
Yeah, I didn't actually see that.
That's how your opener should look. So fast
Yeah,
that Bray doesn't see it.
yeah, I looked away for just a sec. I looked out into the crowd to see Mendy's support crew, looked back, and he had finished the lift.
And Alan from Australia with another fast one. So Carson Taylor from Canada now, 195. These guys doing some fantastic benches.
Wow, and that opening attempt from Taylor was no exception to the Canadians' high standard of lifting that has been obvious all week.
Yeah, these last few benches have been absolutely outstanding, haven't they? Alan Barron now from France, 195. Three whites on the board.
Yeah, a good lift there from Team France.
So Buscaroli now from Italy, 195 as well. Three white lights.
Yeah, another super speedy opener. These gentlemen leaving nothing to chance.
We finish on Lawrence Jones in round one with 210 kilos.
Of course, Jones, our projected favourite. Again, not much in it, just body weight between him and Mendy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's not a lot in it. And you can see what he's trying to do earlier in the squat, trying to put a big third one on to open the gap a little bit. But unfortunately, it didn't pay off. So now he'll be looking to put some bench on. His personal best is 222.5, so this is 12 and a half below that. So it shouldn't be any major concern for him. Super important to put it on the board though. Not looking to do anything crazy throughout bench, just chipping away a little bit.
Definitely more convincing than his squat opener. And that just opens up the board a little bit for these A-flight lifters. They've all made their first bench attempt, which means the numbers now are what's important. They've all got a subtotal.
Yeah, everything's on the board now, and you can see our results at the moment there. Obviously, that's without deadlift. There's not a whole lot in those sort of top 5, top 6 from there. So on the bench press, you just want to be chipping away. Big T there, not chipping away. Not sure what went wrong there.
Yeah, it looks to go forward, or backwards, sorry, towards his face. Not super sure.
Yeah, it looks like he just misgrooved the timing a little bit. Luke Conning now at 175. Three white lights.
The crowd seems to have started dribbling in. I mean, it is still quite early in the morning, but we've got a lot more support in the crowd for these gentlemen going into the bench press and the deadlift than we did in the squats. Maybe also because it's warmed up a bit now, Gary.
Yeah, it's warm enough for people to come out of their homes now. But yeah, we've had some great crowds in here this week. Really good to see so many people coming in and supporting these guys. Brester now from Germany, 195. Yellow card for the side referee. Doesn't seem too concerned about it, but we'll take a look at the replay.
His butt is like levitating over the bench.
There is millimetres in it. I think if the weather was a bit cold and the bench pad shrunk a little bit, we would be seeing daylight.
Yeah, absolutely. The jury doesn't seem overly concerned.
Schweizer now from the Netherlands, 195. He's definitely playing with fire there, he was. Three white lights.
The bar is loaded.
Start.
200 kilos for Kieran from Germany. Make short work of it.
Yeah, it looked pretty convincing. He did just get a yellow card from this side referee where we are seated. Will be interesting to see if we can see it here on the replay as well.
Very difficult to see through the spotter's legs there.
Yeah,
They've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the lifter.
Yeah, that is absolutely how it needs to go, especially because now we're over that 200 kilo mark. We have all 5 spotters and loaders on the platform. A little bit of extra safety for our lifters.
Anthony Hill, 200.
Start. Press. Red.
Got a a yellow card from the centre referee there. It's 2-1 good lift. Not entirely sure what the yellow card from the centre referee was for, but they have a better seat than I do. Kirchhoff from New Zealand now, 200 kilos.
This will be a 2.5 kilo PB for Luca.
Three white lights.
Doesn't look super comfortable walking off. I'm hoping they can add a couple more kilos even more and just push his PB a little bit further for his third.
So commandeer now from Canada, 202.5. Three whites. Of course, Peter Mendy will be out next from Great Britain, 205. Let's see if it's as fast as his opener was. If it is, you're probably not going to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes open. I'm not actually even going to blink while he's out on the platform, Gary. I don't want to miss it. It was so incredibly speedy. Speedy as his opener, I'm not sure, but still moving super fast.
Moving it really, really well. Carson Taylor for Canada, 205. Well, that was a nicely moving second lift. Gets a yellow card from the side referee. Alan Barron now from France, 205.
Yeah, and France not super far off the projected podium, so they will be keeping a real close eye on those numbers and looking to make up kilos wherever they can.
A few kilos here would help. And that's going about it the right way. Pasquarelli for 205.
Just waiting on the lights there for Pasquarelli. 3 white lights.
That's the lift. Joshua Allen now, 207.5.
Oh my goodness, another one I blinked and I missed it.
Yeah,
Gary?
Joshua's been on fire today. His bench is looking really strong. He's got a yellow card there from the side referee.
Again, might be a bit tricky to see it through the spotter.
I think he's going to get lucky with the spotter position there, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if he can ask them to stand right in the way.
Lawrence Jones now 220, so this is still just below his personal best.
He is in provisional bench gold, but there are many more bench presses to come.
Well, he needs to put on a few kilos here. He attempted to open up the gap in the squat. It didn't work for him. Now he needs to be consistent here and not go with something ridiculous, and just make sure you're adding some kilos. If he gets through this without adding anything, it's going to cost him a lot.
Yeah, because he wants to be pushing Mendy as far as he can in the deadlift and collecting kilos from there.
Well, it was scrappy, but against the lights.
Yeah, he didn't miss any kilos on that lift. It'll be interesting to see what they put in for his third attempt because, like you said, don't want to miss out on kilos, but also, don't want to gas yourself too much before deadlifts.
And we are into round 3 already. Big T putting on 170. Missed it on his second. And again, just doesn't want to go. When you talked about having a more challenging cut than usual, it can certainly take its toll on the bench press.
Yeah, he doesn't look super impressed. I think something I try and remind my young lifters about is the amount of variables they are battling with to get here, and obviously the cut. He was struggling with the cut a couple of days ago. Yesterday for him would have been one of the longest days probably. I don't know the last time I cut. The week seemed to drag on and on and on, and my lifting definitely wasn't the best afterwards. I'm hoping Tiaki can come back and regain some kilos and a little bit more enjoyment for the sport as well in the deadlift.
Conning now for the Netherlands, 177.5. Yeah, I mean, if you've got to spend a lot of time cutting and getting to that weight class, you know, it's time to really consider going up a weight class, I think, for some people. 2-1. He's got a blue card there from side referee. I'm going to guess his elbow lockout. I could be wrong. Bresta now from Germany, 197.5. So he gets the job done with 3 white lights. Reload the 200 for Elgerschweisen now. So just looking at the third lift numbers there, Lawrence Jones been really conservative and really smart here. 222 and a half, just 2.5 gears up from his third. I think that's probably one of the smartest decisions he could make.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if successful, adds 2.5 to his subtotal. If unsuccessful, not missing out on too many extra kilos.
Elgerschweisen now for 200. 5 kilo personal best. Nothing quite like that 200 kilo milestone on a world stage. Yeah, I think he's got it there. Does he get the lights? He does. 3 white lights, the 200 kilo milestone on the platform.
Yeah, what a way to finish the bench event for our Dutch athlete.
It's Karen now from Germany, 202.5. A lot of work. If it doesn't get in there, it doesn't. That was a lot of work for no return.
That is a shame. 3 reds. And he has put every kilo he could out on that platform. He looks a little bit light-headed walking off.
Yeah, that tends to be what happens when you push so hard. Kirchhoff from Australia now, sorry, New Zealand, 205. Nearly adopted one of your athletes there.
Pardon?
I nearly adopted one of your athletes
Oh,
there.
you can't have him. Sorry.
I'm sure we could come to an arrangement.
Nah, the green and gold wouldn't suit him as much as the silver fern does.
So 205 for Kirchhoff. A nice little personal best for him to take away with him today.
Yeah, absolutely. 205 kilograms, just looking to extend the PB he set on his second of 200.
Yeah, I think he's got that there. 3 white lights, he'll be really happy with that, and he is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, getting 3 lifts in on any of the 3 events that's cool, especially if it's 9 white lights.
Absolutely. Anthony Hill from Australia now, 207.5. Oh, it's hard grind there, but he gets it.
Yeah, what do the refs say?
3 whites.
So good. There was a lot of movement there. I was concerned there was going to be glute lift, but there wasn't. He was just maintaining contact on that bench. Look at him move.
Yeah, he
Wow.
certainly gave that everything. Taylor now from Canada, 210.
He locks it out.
Oh, he's
Oh,
got 2 yellow cards from the side referees. Probably don't like your chance of getting away with it with 2 of them.
yeah, his coach doesn't look super convinced.
Oh,
That's
I
a
think
lot
there's
of
a,
daylight.
I think there's a car park's worth of daylight there.
His coach is trying her best, but I think she's not going to have a huge amount of luck there from the jury.
In the meantime, Commandeur from Canada, 210 as well. The only thing that can go in his favour here is that the spotter blocks full view of the violation.
Yeah,
In which case you could argue benefit of the doubt.
but also in the same vein, you don't want to undermine the side referees because they have the ability to move around the
That's
spotters.
right. And that's a very good point. And unfortunately, they're shaking their heads.
The jury
Commandeur working that to the top.
he is too.
He gets it there with 3 white lights. What a lift.
Yeah, what a bench session for Commandeur. 3 benches on the board, 9 white lights if I remember correctly, and probably not another kilo left in him.
Well, we're getting to the top of the table now. We're about to find out who goes home with the bench press medal. Peter Mendy here from Great Britain, 212.5. This will push him up into the silver medal position in the bench press for the moment.
Yeah, and he will be looking to push out his overall projected lead ahead of Jones from the USA. But there's not much in it. Looking at the numbers coming up, there's only a couple of kilos, and when we're playing with numbers this big, it is very easy to lose those couple of kilos. It was a long press command.
That finally slowed him down a fraction on the bench press. Not much though. 3 white lights. So he goes into silver. Alan Barron from France, 212.5. He wants the silver medal. That'll push Mendy down into the bronze. And it's a good lift, so he goes into the silver medal position. Pushes Mendy down into the bronze.
Yeah, pushing him into the bronze, but we've still got 3 bench attempts remaining, which will indeed shake up that bench press podium.
Because Muscarelli wants the silver as well. The 212.5. And if he gets that, he is lighter on body weight than Barrett, is he? He is. So this will push him into silver, push Barron down into bronze. Well, absolutely smoked that. Got a yellow card from the centre referee.
The jury are having a look at the live stream to see what the centre referee saw. However, if it is something such as jumping commands, you can't tell on the replay because there is no sound and you cannot see the referee's hand.
Joshua Allen, 215 kilos.
Jury has
They have
just overruled Biscarolli's last attempt of 212.5. Meaning that Mendy is still temporarily on that podium. Yep, there we go.
222.5 USA.
Lawrence Jones now for 222.5. He is ranked number 1.
Yeah, locked in to that bench press gold with his second attempt at 220. America just popping in his third at 222.5. As you said earlier, Gary, a really smart call there.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, he doesn't need to be going anything crazy. Don't aim to hit bench and make 10, 20, 25 kilos. You just get the little bits. Get your opener in, take a bit of a better jump to your second, and then a little one to your third. And if you're not 100% positive, that extra five is going to come up, then err on the side of caution and go to the 2.5. You're better off adding 2.5 kilos to the shuttle than nothing.
It's playing with fire a little bit, gets the start command with 5 seconds to go. And he's still fighting
Still
it.
going. It's there. I don't know what the referees are going to say. 3
Oh
white lights. It's
my
a good lift.
goodness.
What a solid finish there, and he couldn't have gone a gram more, I don't think.
No, that was right on the money. And of course, your bench press can go up unevenly. It just cannot dip back down.
So there are our final standings in the bench press. Lawrence Jones, 222.5, playing a very, very smart card for his third. Joshua Allen, 215 in the silver, and Alan Barrow with 212.5 in the bronze. Current results, there's our current standings. As you can see, Jones starting to pull away a little bit, but there is nothing between the next 4 or 5 or even 6 lifters in the list. And on projected totals, Peter Mendy has a little bit of a gap there on projections as well, and Jones, and they're out in front quite a bit. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in about 8.5 minutes. We're going to do the deadlift and find out who the champion is. Welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships, live from Sun City, South Africa, and brought to you by none other than Aleco and SBD. We're just about to get the deadlift party started for the 105 kilo men's division. Of course, 2 flights here. Things are shaping up. You can see the projected totals on your screen there. Mendy just a smidge ahead of Jones, so it's really going to depend on who plays the game here. But then if you look below that, you get your next 4, 5, 6 lifters. There's only about 5 or 10 kilos between them in projected totals. So it's going to come down to the wire. But most importantly, all these guys got to get their first lift on the board so they can lock away their total. We'll do Flight B first, and then move straight into Flight A with Lunas with 2:35 to open. So off to a good start. This is where we sort of start looking at their body language a little bit, see who's looking a bit tired and worn out, and
Yeah.
who's ready to go home.
Yeah, it has been a long morning though, Gary. As you pointed out before, it's been more than 3 hours since we started lifting this morning. So it's a long session.
Yeah, it's a long day for these guys. We're not finished yet, so that aside for the lifting, the time factor takes its toll a little bit as well. And you tend to sort of unintentionally extend your warm up a little bit without really meaning to do it. So we'll see who's got the energy to go all the way through. Palakas gets his opener on. Kasper Cirillo now from Poland, 2:55.
Remarks loaded.
Three white lights. Gun the viewer now from Zimbabwe looking for 260. Of course, there's 2 flights, so the rankings that will come up on your screen won't hold any real meaning until we get into the second flight.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if these gentlemen pull something massive, we're not going to see how it affects the totals and how it affects the placings until later on.
Gun the viewer from Zimbabwe with 260. Three white lights.
265 on the horse count, followed by Uruguay, followed by South Africa. Remarks loaded.
Caballero now from Uruguay for 265. Three white lights, gets that one on the board and locks that total away.
Remarks loaded. Not taking the extra fall.
We'll move straight to Sturluson next from Iceland for 265.
Outstanding squat session and outstanding bench session as well. Looking to kind of finish the day with a nice strong total.
Three white lights, locks it away.
Bar is loaded.
275 kilos of the bar for Karpik from Czechia. Three whites.
The bar is loaded. En dan de winter of Poland voor laatste plaats in het vrouwen.
Almost a stiff leg deadlift with that range of motion right from the floor.
Yeah. Bianca from Poland as well with 275.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Schwarzenbach from Switzerland now for 275 as well.
Bar is loaded.
All these guys just getting these early ones on to lock that total in.
Yeah, usually opening a fair chunk below their personal best just to make sure it's something they can do confidently.
This is not where you want to be making the mistake in your opening deadlift.
Absolutely not. We're just waiting on lights. There we go. 3 whites. He's locked in the total.
Daniel Cotton from South Africa, 280. Three whites. Making short work of these.
Yeah, we're flying through this first round of deadlifts in the B flight. Still got a few more openers to go before we are on to the second attempts.
Sushnik now from Slovenia looking for 295.
It's like a very smooth opener there. Yep, 3 white lights on the board with a total.
Abdullah Al-Tabayuk from Kuwait looking for 300. Current world record in this weight class for juniors is a massive 370.5 kilos.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. And I mean, we do have some huge openers coming up, but the jumps they would have to take would be
Astronomical. 300 kilos. Pulls that quickly. Just waiting on the referee's lights, and we did get a blue card for the side referee, as I expected. It does seem to be a little bit of bar movement as he gets to the top, whether it was full bar, a little bit of a bobble over. The jury are having a sort of in two minds about it, I think.
Yeah, quite an intense discussion happening at the jury. Of course, the rule states that you can allow the bar to settle when you lock out, but then the understanding of that rule, it would differ from person to person. I think that's quite subjective to what you view as settling.
I think that's what the jury is sort of discussing there. Was it the bar settling, or was it a bit of a bowl? I think they've set back now. So Tryggvason there with 303 white lights to go with it. We come into our last lifter for round one. Lenders from Belgium for 315.
Huge opening attempt from the B flight. But I don't think there was a whole lot in the division of the A flight and B flight. I think it was just cut in half in the nominations, and there was only a couple of kilos either side of that split.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot in this field. 3 white lights, and we move into our next round. Lunas with 250. And good second lift.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to see it. He looks tired. I think our Belgian lifter has had a big day.
Even that replay there, he just looks like he's having a sigh of relief of, oh well, only 2 more to go.
Yeah.
257.5 on the bar for Palachis. Three whites.
Yeah, a good lifter there. I don't think he had the best bench day, so happy he's making up some kilos here on deadlifts.
Casper now from Poland, 277.5. Katie is just asking for the bar to be cleaned there. You can ask for the bar to be cleaned whenever you want, really.
Yeah, it is up to the chief referee whether they allow it to happen though, because if every single coach is coming out on second attempt saying, can you clean the bar, can you clean the bar, it really slows the round down.
So 277.5. Three whites, no problems with that one. Gundamure now from Zimbabwe with 280.
Huge 20-kilo jump up from his opening attempt of 260 and will be a massive 15-kilo PB.
That is huge. That's a big jump. I mean, it's not a big jump for this weight class. It's a big jump for the amount of time this session's been running for, and it takes its toll on you. Well, doesn't seem to take its toll on him at all. That moved just like his opener. 3 white lights. He's had a fantastic day today.
Yeah, he'll be looking to extend that PB even further, and that's the thing with these lifters in the B flight, possibly a little bit out of the medal contention, looking to extend their own personal bests, perhaps their own national records.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Everyone comes here to these competitions with their own set of goals that they want to achieve. It's not all just about winning the gold medal, although we'd all love to. Gets a red card from the side referee there.
Yeah, red on deadlift is indeed for lockout. I was a little bit concerned myself, Gary, from the angle that we're at. The jury are having a closer look.
Yeah, I think he's okay there. The shoulder seemed to be behind the bar. Caballero now from Uruguay, 285. Three white lights. Bienko from Poland come out next for 290. Bienko totally threw me off my game in the previous round, coming out wearing the orange singlet there.
Yeah, not sporting the Team Poland singlet.
They'd be confused. I thought he was from. I thought it was an athlete from the Netherlands on the platform, and then suddenly he had a Polish coach. I didn't know what was going on.
Let me just say he's European.
Oh, and he's just lost his balance there, unfortunately.
Yeah, no lift.
I did like his glimmer of hope there, thinking that he might have gotten away with that. But yes, he did get the down command, but he wasn't in control of the bar on the way down.
Yeah, and that is such a shame because that is the absolutely last second that you can lose white lights on a lift. With squat and bench, it isn't as bad because you're helped back into the rack. The spotters aren't helping you put the bar down in deadlift.
Schwarzenbach from Switzerland, 290.
A good lift. I
I think
he
he
was,
got super lucky on the down command there.
not half a second later, and he would have been all 3 reds, I think, Gary.
Yeah, look, you honestly, you can't see in the replay, but you can sort of tell that he got that down command just in the nick of time. Karthik now 295. You can tell these guys are starting to get a little bit tired, making little errors that they wouldn't usually make. Looks good, and again getting the down command just before his grip gave way there. Can have a look at his left hand. Starts to give way as he gets the down command.
Yeah, just hits the ground before his fingers give way on that deadlift. These gentlemen are getting very, very lucky. Even a split second later on the down command, it would have not looked as good on the scoreboard.
Daniel Cotton have to work hard to get that one, and I thought he might get a couple of red lights on that one. The red cards from both side referees, so...
Yeah, just for lockout. The jury are having a look at it. His coach has gone over to argue his case.
It's a tough one, that one. He's right on the borderline.
Yeah, unfortunately, in a case like this, the jury does have to be unanimous, and they are, I think. The jury has overruled it to a good lift.
Susnik now for 312.5. Three whites. So Abdullah Altawake from Kuwait now 320. Have a quick bar clean. The 320 on the bar. Yeah, these the top 3 deadlifters in Flight B, they pull enough, they could find themselves at a podium finish for the deadlift. Could sneak their way on there.
Yeah, it looks like they could possibly, but again, we'll have to see how that A flight moves, and their squat and their bench were both fantastic.
Two to one. It's a good lift. He gets a red card from the side referee.
lockout.
I think the jury's okay. Fredrik from Sweden now with 3:22.5. Three whites.
Lead for your partner against the solo wrestler, Mr. Palacio.
Melinda's now 330 from Belgium.
Yeah, our last second attempt here in the B flight. 330 would put him in a pretty good position, as good as anyone from the B flight could possibly be, to pull on to the deadlift podium overall. But in the A flight, we're looking at openers well over the 300 mark, and at these weights, jumping up to over 330 is not going to be a huge ask for some of these gentlemen.
Good opening lift. Three whites. We move into round 3 already. And Lunas with 260.
This is where the deadlifts are at the moment. Of course, keeping in mind this is the B flight. We're not going to know much about how this affects the podium until the A flight lifters have begun to get their lifts on the board. We've got Lenders out with 330, Eric from Sweden just behind 322.5, and then Abdullah 320. But we still have a whole other round of deadlifts to go.
A whole new round and a whole new flight. So Lunas with 260. Oh, and the day has just taken its toll on him a little bit. You could tell it was starting to catch up with him. He can breathe a sigh of relief. He's had a great day.
Yeah, and it looks like his body weight was just on the line too, so I'm wondering if Lunas had another one of those strenuous cuts to get under 105.
Palakis now from Uruguay, doing it 270. Yeah, I think he's managed to pull that off. He gets 2-1. He gets a red card from the side referee. And jury are having a bit of a look. And I'm not 100% convinced. I don't know if the jury is either there. Sturluson from Iceland. 287.5. Jury still talking about the previous lift there, whether it was locked out clearly or not. And I think they don't have a unanimous decision, so it stands as a good lift. And it's a good one. 3 white lights.
Yeah, he has had an outstanding day today. All of his lifts have been bang on. Team Iceland really making the most of what their young lifter has in the tank there.
Gasper from Poland looking for 290. Just can't quite get it to lock out. But he's had a good day and put a lot of lifts on the board. And move to 295 for Caballero.
The bar is loaded.
295 on the bar. Just couldn't quite hold it. Just too much for the day.
Yeah, but it was a big day, and as I've said multiple times this week, he's made a total on the world stage. There is not much you can be upset with coming all of this way, flying halfway around the world. Things aren't going to move as well as they do at home. And if they do, you are one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. I mean, this much travel and changing of environment, change of weather, change of food. You know, nothing's going to be the same as home. Different weights, different setup. Everything's going to be different. If you can get a total on the world stage, if you can even go close to your best total on the world stage, you are doing well. Schwarzenbach now for 300. Two to one. It is a good lift. He gets a red card from the side referee.
Yeah, will be interesting to see if we can see on the replay. Red card on deadlift is for lockout. I think that looks all right to me, Gary.
Yeah, look, I think you could argue that one knee might be a little soft, but in general, I think it's a pass. Gundamua now from Zimbabwe, 300. Another young athlete that has had a fantastic day.
The bar is loaded.
Going to try and get himself a bit hyped up for this one, get himself in the zone.
Come on. Come on, keep going. Fabulous.
Three whites.
USA Alexander Kowalski from Poland for gold medal in karting. For attempt
Yeah, a
between
nice
400 to
300 kilo milestone to round out a super strong day there.
Bianco now with 302.5 for Poland.
Electing to go up even though he did miss his second attempt of 290.
Let's see if he can put it all together this time. That was good. 3 wides, he gets that one there. No messing around. Daniel Cotton now for 302.5.
Just a few more third deadlift attempts for this B flight before we move into the A flight, which of course will be super exciting. There's a couple of super close battles that are going to unfold.
And not today, I'm afraid.
No, just bit off a bit more than he could chew. But that was only 5 kilos up from a really good second attempt, so he's not leaving too much out there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, he's done everything he can do today. Carfing looking to come out for 310. Of course, the third lift, so the bar will be clean. Bar gets clean each time. Got to pass the knees and just couldn't quite take it all the way there before losing his grip.
Yeah, but like we've said, all of these lifters have lifted to a really high quality. Our Czech lifter, no exception.
Yeah, it has been absolutely outstanding. Technical proficiency this last 2 weeks has been well beyond my expectations.
Yeah, and I think it is also beyond that what we've seen of juniors and sub-juniors previously. I don't remember last year having the same awe of the technical
Yeah, look,
proficiency.
it's certainly not that I came here thinking that junior and sub-junior athletes wouldn't be technically proficient. They always are, but the standard just keeps lifting every year, and I think you said it right there. There's a real awe factor this year about it. They have just been absolutely outstanding. Sustik now for 325.
Oh, he is pulling it through. Will he get it to lock out?
Unbelievable that he got that to lock out. I thought that had stopped. Somehow he squeezed it to the top, and I hope it stays as a good lift.
Yeah, he has really ground through that. He pulled past multiple sticking points that other lifters would have given up on. What
That
are the
was outstanding.
The jury are still talking. I'm hoping, I have my fingers crossed that they leave it, because that victory, that moral victory, and the victory that we spoke about earlier.
Everyone likes a good victory.
Yeah, exactly.
Abdullah from Kuwait now, 332.5. The jury looks like they've relaxed a bit now. It looks like he's okay. Looks like he might have just tore a callus maybe.
Yeah. His coach helping him off the platform. It is a shame when something like that goes wrong in your deadlift, especially when you've put so much effort into it. Callus tearing, it's not something you can stop completely, but you can mitigate it by keeping your hands filed down, making sure the rough calluses aren't ready and open to tear.
That's our weekly personal safety message and personal hygiene.
Yes.
Take care of your hands.
DM me for more lifting advice. Don't.
You are going to get so many DMs now.
My Instagram account's private, it's okay.
Dear Brer, how do I take care of my hands? I'm a powerlifter. That's right, I will happily hand out your contact.
Thanks, Gary.
You can see me at the banquet tonight. What a pull from Lenders.
Yeah.
2-1, a good lift. Absolutely phenomenal pull there.
Yeah, that is absolutely outstanding work. We still have one more third attempt coming in from the B flight.
Thrigerson now for 340, trying to give himself every opportunity to get on the podium.
He is a smidge heavier than Lenders though, so he won't be knocking him off that top spot. He'll just be pulling himself into second, temporarily of course.
And not today.
A super solid attempt though, and those are some huge deadlifts. There's nothing to be ashamed of in those deadlifts. It was tidy lifting.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you go back 5, 6, 7 years, those deadlifts from Flight B, they're the top deadlifts in the world in the juniors. And that's how fast and how far the sport is progressing, and the juniors are progressing. Numbers that 5 years ago would have had you as a world champion. Your numbers that would have got you world champion 5, 6, 7 years ago are not even getting you anywhere near the podium now. It's incredible. So Kieran now for 275 as we move into Flight A. And 3 white lights. Helga Schweizer now, Netherlands, 280.
A good lift there from Team Netherlands. Of course, wouldn't expect anything less. Our B flight lifters were super clean with their openers. The A flight has been with their squats and their bench, so I'm expecting to see the same pattern here.
Yeah, I think so. Joshua Allen, Australia, 280. No messing around with that one. These guys just want to get the job done and go home, I think. It's been a long day for them.
Yeah, it has been. It is almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Sun City, and these gentlemen, they started lifting at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Their weigh-in was at 7.
Yeah, I don't do 7.
You don't do 7?
I don't do 7.
No, I've noticed.
You gotta give you a really good reason to do 7, and it want to be something really big chasing me. Yeah, I imagine these guys have all been out the back talking to each other. So, right, guys, get in, get the job done, get your deadlift on as quick as you can. We don't want to mess around. I have certainly seen over my years small flights in the heavyweights that the guys get together. You know, take your time, use up all your time, don't rush anything, walk off slowly.
Yeah.
Try to slow things down a bit. 3 white lights there.
In a flight of 14, though, no such luck.
No, you want to be moving things on along as fast as you can. Kirchhoff now from New Zealand, 285. He is looking good, you know. His body language doesn't suggest he's exhausted. Still got a little bit left in the tank, although he did have a little bit of a sigh of relief as he walked off there. Could be starting to take its toll a little bit.
Yeah, it is that relief of locking in a total, though, because, of course, nothing really matters unless you've locked in that total. So,
Yeah.
yes, the first squat is nerve-wracking, but some might say that the first deadlift is equally as important. It locks you in, and then you can start pushing the numbers out.
Yeah, until that first deadlift is on the board, I mean, nothing else really matters. Brester now from Germany. Doesn't matter how much you squatted or bench pressed if you don't get that deadlift in. Looks good.
It was very fast, and something I've noticed with lifters who pull sumo and pull quickly, Gary, is quite often they get the speed wobbles at the top, costing them their first lift. I've seen it happen so many times in the last couple of weeks. I can't actually keep count. I'm hoping that these gentlemen manage to take control of their bar and just keep it nice and tight at the top.
Yeah, very much so. And you know, the wider these sort of stances keep pushing out for sumo, the more that's going to happen. The least balance you have at the top. So it's something you have to be really, really aware of as a sumo lifter. That if you're going to pull fast, you know, that point of balance at the top becomes very narrow, and it's really easy to get off balance.
Have you ever pulled sumo in a competition, Gary?
I have pulled sumo about 4 times my entire life, and I am god awful at it.
Right.
I am just not meant to sumo.
No, that's fair enough.
My maximum sumo is about 1/4 of my max conventional.
Nice. That was 3 white lights there for our Canadian lifter, Commander.
Big T, Tiaki Freeman coming out next for a big 300 from New Zealand. He's brought some energy to the platform. He's hyped up for this one. Didn't have the best finish to his bench. He wants to make up for it here.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be looking to pull more kilos.
And that is a great opener. Great to see some energy out on the platform, especially after a long session like this. I mean, these guys are all starting to feel it. you come out with a bit of energy like that, it becomes a little bit infectious. It starts to trickle through the group a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tiaki does shine in the deadlift, so I'll be really interested to see what we load him up for. It would be cool to see him push his personal bests out here on this world stage.
Luke Conning now from Netherlands, 305.
Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, no messing around there.
Deel Australia, allebei Johns en Piscaroli.
So Anthony Hill from Australia will come out next for 307.5.
The bar is loaded.
Three whites. Lawrence Jones now with 310, the all-important deadlift. This one locks in his total, and then he can get to work and see if there's any way he can take the championship.
Yeah, of course, Mendy and Jones projected top, but there's nothing in it, Gary.
No, there's a handshake and that's it.
Yep,
And yeah, I mean, this is why, Lawrence needs to get this on. If Lawrence fumbles here, then, he's opening the door for Mendy for sure.
yeah, and it will come down to attempt selections from the team coaches and technicalities of lifts. There is no margin for error for Jones or Mendy to pull something that's not convincing.
Well, that was convincing. And three white lights. The Vascaroli now from Italy for 312.5. Put this lift up by 2.5 kilos before the start of the round.
The bar is loaded.
Biscaroli, also one of our podium favourites. Between first to fifth, Gary, it's pretty close.
Yeah, there is nothing there. There's just a smidge in it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the coaching teams from USA, Italy, Australia, Germany, and Team GB do.
Barron coming out now with 315.
I'm very excited to see where these deadlifts take us. We are still only in the openers for the A flight.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go yet.
just one more opener to go, Gary.
Yeah, then we move to the round 2 in the business end. And of course, our last opener, Peter Mendy, 335.
35 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, look, 335, that's still 35 kilos below his personal best. So this should be a very good pull for, and I think this is a really smart number to put in for an opener at a World Championship. You can go up, you can't go down.
No, exactly. And Mendy has made all of his lifts, particularly his openers and his seconds, absolutely fly.
Three whites.
Yeah, his opening deadlift, not any different. He flew to the top there. I was a little bit concerned about the speed wobbles. I did hold my breath, but he is on the board. The game is a foot. What did you say earlier in the week? A bar. The game is a bar.
Well, it's above the bar now, isn't it? Yeah, we set the bar high.
The bar is set pretty high.
There are our current total. There's not a whole lot separating. Then if you drop a couple below that, there's not much separating that either. So it's tough here because it's so close as well. You want to sort of keep the gold and protect the gold. You want to go after the gold, but you don't want to lose your silver. If you're in bronze, you want to go after the silver, but you don't want to lose your bronze. It is really tough when it's this close. You've got to make some very critical decisions about your game plan and what you're going to go for.
You lost me at gold, silver, bronze, Gary, but I'm going to have to take your word for it.
There's Karen there with a good 295. So English rising now from the Netherlands for 295 as well.
A little bit of effort, but he manages to lock it out. It is 3 white lights for Team Netherlands. He is doing well, extending his total, of course. Next out, Alan from Australia, 295 kilos on the bar. This will be an equal PB for him and an increase to his PB total. He made it look easy. 3 white lights. Bar loaded now for Taylor from Canada, 300 kilograms. It will be a nice 2.5 kilo PB for him, which means he's been working towards this milestone. It would be awesome to see him get it on the world platform. Both Canadian lifters having an outstanding day so far. Three white lights, a seemingly easy new PB for the Canadian. Will be extending that come his third. Next out, Kirchhoff from New Zealand also looking to extend his PB by 2.5. He's just been sitting under the 300 kilo mark, which is a huge milestone for these 105 junior lifters. is a 17.5 kilo jump from his opener. So Team New Zealand feeling confident. Little bit sticky at lockout. The refs say yes. One red from the close side where I'm sitting here. We'll see on the replay whether we know what the infraction was. I believe it would have been for lockout. It looks pretty good to me. The jury seems happy with it. I think Luca's lift will stand, meaning a new PB for him, which is fantastic. Our next lifter out will be Bresta from Germany, 310 kilos, a big 20 kilo jump up, but still below his PB.
Yeah, some big numbers going on. We're at the business end now. Everyone's sort of doing the numbers out the back and seeing how far up the table they can go. Also starts getting tough now. You're getting tired, you're pushing the envelope a little bit. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. And Big T from New Zealand now, 315. We'll bring a bit of energy back to the platform, we will. And see the current standings there, projections. There is nothing in it at the top. Mendy is going to have to pull hard to hang on to the gold medal position, and Jones is going to have to work hard to try and take it away from him as well. Jackie Freeman now looking for 315.
A little bit more locked in than he was for his first attempt.
Yeah, it's still below his personal best. Three white lights. Looks like he's having a great time out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they load up past his PB or just an equal PB on the world stage. It's nice to see him enjoying himself in deadlifts after a pretty rough bench session, Gary.
Yeah, he's really picked himself back up again. Luke Conning now from Netherlands, 315. Oh, he gets it moving again. It slowed right down, but somehow he got it going again. And gets the white lights. What a lift. Hasn't left himself a lot of room to move into a third though, but that's okay. Commandeur from Canada now, 317 and a half. Five kilos over his personal best.
I keep being blown away by the massive jumps people take in these deadlifts, but at this weight, it's not that big a percentage of the weight being pulled.
No, that's right, and it's not that big a percentage of body weight either. When if you look at it as a percentage of body weight, I mean, it's a big difference when you get up to the 105s, 120s, and 120 pluses. When in the lighter, in the lighter weight class, if you're only 20 kilos, I mean, in some cases, that's 30% of your body weight.
Yeah, exactly. Our Canadian lifter just got 3 white lights, continuing that technical proficiency, excellent lifting that we've grown to know and love from Team Canada.
Anthony Hill now, 327.5. Trying to edge his way into a podium finish in the deadlift. Three white lights, job well done. Blascaroli now from Italy, 327.5.
Bene, in mano, tienilo vicino. È tuo.
And it's a no lift.
Yeah, what happened there? It just seemed to stop so quickly, and he didn't attempt to hold on to it or pull through.
Good speed. Speeds up well there, and then I think he just got himself a bit out of position, and with that weight shifting forward and such a narrow sort of center of gravity there, it just sort of pulls him forward. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning though. I think that might have just lost him any chance of pulling for the podium. Is a shame.
Lawrence Jones now, 337.5. Again, this becomes an extremely important lift. I mean, if he misses this lift here, then gives Mendy the opportunity to just run away with it. Number 337.5.
He is not giving Mendy any opening.
Not messing around there. Alan Barron now from France, 337.5.
Getting more and more crowd trickling in to watch this deadlift battle pan out. We have people standing at the back trying to get a good view.
Yeah, it's certainly one worth watching. It is going to come down to the third pull for these guys. Three white lights. So we load up to 360 for Peter Mendy. Move back into the top position. Now, if he gets this, he is only 3 kilos ahead, or 2.5 kilos ahead of Jones.
Nothing.
It is neck and neck, and it is going to be that last deadlift. So you can see the projected totals, but look at the current totals, 875, 887.5, and Mendy after that last lift was on 887, 890. So there is a smidge in it.
Yeah, nothing at all. Team GB and Team America watching those numbers closely. His opener did fly though, Gary, a 25 kilo jump, still below his PB.
This is a huge lift for Mendy. He's got to get this one on the board. If he misses this,
Don't even put that
Does-
into the universe, Gary.
Does Jones come in and steal the pie?
Mm.
Was he ever in doubt? I think not.
No, and he also waited at the top a little bit just to be like, hey, look, I've got it.
Yeah, I did like the look to the side there.
Yeah. A confident lift from Mendy. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait to see what Team GB put in for his third, or what they change it to, because of course, third deadlifts.
You get 2 changes. This is where the coaches earn their money, and there it is, 890 versus 887 and a half. There's 3 kilos in it. Barron is only a little bit behind at 875. So if Jones pushes too hard to try and go after that gold medal, that might create an opportunity for Barron to slip into the silver as well. So Jones has to be careful. He's got to make a really clean decision. Is he willing to take a risk? So the numbers are in. Elke Schweizer now from Netherlands, 305. We are in the last round. We're at the pointy end of the stick now. Peter Mendy's put in a 390.5 as a placeholder, I would imagine, and unfortunately, Elke Schweizer unable to lock that out.
The clock is loading.
Allen with 305. Great finisher. Gets 1 red card from the side referee.
Yeah, this side referee over here isn't here to play, Gary. He's been super strict on deadlift lockout, keeping these gentlemen to a high standard.
Yeah, that one's borderline. I think the jury's going to have a bit of a talk about that one.
They are having a talk. Peter still has his glasses on, which means the conversation's
They have
still
overruled.
going.
It's been overruled.
Oh, that is a shame. He just kind of needed to pull his hips through a little bit more.
Just a smidge more, wasn't it? Taylor from Canada. We're going to, attempt changes coming in. These are going to come in thick and fast now.
Yeah, I don't see this slowing down. We've still got 12 deadlifts to go in this A flight of the 105 kilo men. Haven't even scratched the surface of what the end game is going to be.
Yeah, I do like Mendy's placeholder there. Put in a 390.5. The current world record's 370.5.
Oh yeah, 20 kilos over the world record.
I mean, yeah, look, I mean, there's a part of me that thinks maybe you could do it, but yeah, okay, let's, yeah. It's a nice placeholder, that one. But right now, Carson Taylor from Canada, 305. This is a 5 kilo PB. He dropped this lift by 7.5 kilos.
Let's go.
And it was a really good move to drop it by 7.5. I wasn't convinced he locked that out. He wasn't convinced either.
Nah, he doesn't seem too concerned.
You see the look on his face. He was sort of hoping for a lucky couple of white cards, but I think deep down he knew he was locking that out.
Yeah, his shoulder's still kind of in front of that
hips
bar
were never
path.
really locked either. Karen now from Germany for 310. All these guys just absolutely pushing the envelope here.
Team Germany has showed up in the crowd for Karen's last lift, and of course his teammate Bresta later on in this round as well.
3 white lights. Nice way to finish. Kirchhoff now from New Zealand with 310. It's a solid personal best on his deadlift and on his total.
Yeah, not a bad day for Luca at all. He's looked super strong.
Yeah, let's see if we can finish it the same way he started it.
Bar is loaded. Come on, Luca.
He's brought a little bit of hype with him as well. His coach is absolutely covered in chalk or talc. I'm not sure
Could be both.
Could be both. Not sure what has happened in that warm-up room.
As long as it's only chalk or talc, otherwise the flight home is going to be a challenge. So 310 for a big personal best. If ever there's a time to bring some hype, this is it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's hyping himself up, using that full minute to get set up. He's racing the clock. We're down to the 10-second mark.
Oh, I think he's done it. He has 3 white lights. He is
Deadlift, coach lift.
almost came to a complete stop and somehow he kept that moving. Bresta now for 317 and a half. This will actually push Bresta up into 4th position overall for the time being.
Ooh.
So good for team points.
Exciting for Team Germany. Of course, that is something that coaches will be thinking about as well. It will be the overall team points. We will have the junior men's points awarded after this afternoon's super heavyweight session.
317.5 kilos for Martin Bresta. Can he finish off this strong, push himself up and get some extra points for Team Germany? Oh, strong finish. 3 white lights.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, I think people are going to get sick of me saying this. Team Germany, quality of lifting, so high.
Yeah, very, very efficient. Luke Conning now from Netherlands, 317 and a half. Isn't going to push him too far up the table in any way, but I'm sure he would love to finish 3 from 3 on his deadlifts.
Yeah, collecting 9 white lights is always a good goal, I should say, in any of the 3 lifts.
Oh, just couldn't pull it all the way.
No, he was so close.
Yep.
He just needed to get his hips through. But again, when it's that much weight at the end of a long day, getting those hips through to lock out, it's a big, big ask.
Yeah, it looks so much easier than it is, but once you get to that point where the body's just fatigued, I mean, it is just nearly an impossible task.
Yeah, of course.
Voscaroli now, 327 and a half. That missed lift in the last round has cost him realistically the opportunity to pull for a podium finish. So he's just going to pull 327 and a half, push him up to 4th overall.
It stopped real quickly on a second. I'm hoping that he has the energy to pull through, the grip to hold on, and the drive to stand this up. It will be a 2.5 PB in his deadlift.
No, not today. I think fatigue has won the battle there.
Yeah, it is such a shame for Team Italy. That was just stuck to the floor. He leaves the platform looking at his hands again. Hand care.
Yeah, hand care, such an important thing.
I say.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time, bro. Yeah, get yourself some good canubra wax or some beeswax, get it into your hands, some moisturizer.
Bit of filing down the calluses in the shower, pumice stone and nail clippers.
There you go, there are your hand care tips for today. Taki Freeman, Big T looking for 330 and a personal best. If anyone's got it in him, it's him. He's been outstanding. He's brought the energy to the deadlift platform.
Yeah.
The crowd want him to get it.
This is a little bit reminiscent of the 83 kilo class with our very own Thomas Scanlon as well.
Oh, he's got it there. He locks it. What a finish. What a finish from Big T.
Oh, he's so polite as well. Comes in for the world's gentlest handshake after deadlifting a phenomenal amount.
That's because he takes care of his hands. See, hand care.
He does.
Anthony Hill from Australia looking for 340 to give himself a personal best deadlift and a personal best total as well. That's going to take him to an 865. That's a solid personal best. It'll push him up into 4th overall and 3rd in deadlift, obviously with 4 more lifts to follow him. Not going to get him on the podium overall, I'm afraid. But certainly very, very close to it. And he also has time left as well. He's got a whole career ahead of him. Oh, what a lift. 3 white lights. That is a solid finish.
Yes, it was. Team Australia hitting the nail on the head with attempt selection there. Oh, we have another attempt change coming in. Who is it going to be and what numbers are we going to see?
Canada's put a change in, dropped 2.5 kilos to 342.5. And we'll push him up to silver in the deadlift and 4th overall. This is 25 kilos above his personal best though.
A 25 kilo PB is a phenomenal thing to attempt.
Ridiculous.
He has been lifting outstandingly all day. I don't think Team Canada would have loaded this if they didn't think he had it in him.
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, the only thing this does, it does push him up into silver in the deadlift, but there's 3 lifts to follow him anyway, so you know it's not a real secure silver.
No, but the fact that we are in these numbers, we're in the mid 300s, pushing to the late 300s with junior lifters is just mind-boggling.
You're going to have to watch this weight class in the opens over the next several years. Records are going to fall.
Come on, Tate.
Oh, just couldn't quite hold it there.
Yeah,
big effort though.
He did, and he got it off the floor, and I thought his patience was going to be rewarded, as it so often is with sumo.
Yeah. It'll take the look at the hand afterwards.
Yeah.
I do like the standard. Look at. It's almost an accusatory look. How dare you let me down?
Yes. And it is hard, especially when these young men are lifting hook grip, which of course super painful in itself. And getting used to it, making sure the skin in your hands is used to it, because
yeah, it does take some time to get used to, but if you can pull hook grip, it does two things. It protects your bicep tendon very, very well, so it puts your bicep in a much safer position rather than mixed grip. And there is, believe it or not, a slight biomechanical advantage to pulling with hook grip as opposed to mixed grip.
I will take your word for that. I've never been able to pull hook grip. I do strongman anyway, so I can use deadlift straps.
I had a young junior athlete many, many years ago. I was coaching in Australia he was like a puppy Rottweiler. His hands were so big he could hook grip an axle bar.
Living the dream. And here goes up front.
Oh, look at the smile on his face. 352 and a half. He knew he had it.
Yeah, that temporarily
lift.
pulls him up into gold position just over Mendy on body weight, but we still have Mendy and Jones to pull. The podium is going to be Barron, Mendy and Jones, but in what order, Gary? Where are we going to see them?
We're about to find out, because Jones is about to pull 355 to put himself in the gold medal position. So this will take him from bronze to gold.
Yeah, and then, but depending on how Jones pulls, Team GB can move Mendy's lift either way. It will be so interesting.
Now, this will be a big, big personal best for Jones.
Yeah. And Mendy will either be looking to pull ahead of Jones and Barron, or just ahead of Barron, depending on how this goes. I can't believe we're almost at the end of this session. This is incredible lifting from these young men.
And incredible endurance from them as well. This has been a huge session for these guys. This is for the gold medal. At least put himself in that position.
Oh, it's a struggle.
Just couldn't get it to lock out. So we know that Jones will go home with the bronze medal, does he? Yes. And temp change coming in, of course. Mendy going to put his down now. All he has to do is leapfrog Barron.
Yeah, and it won't take much to leap ahead of Barron. Mendy's just a smidge heavier, than Barron, but their current total is the same, with Mendy to add yet another deadlift. Attempt change, the 390.5. I had held my breath that it would be a world record attempt, but that just seems a bit ridiculous to go 20 kilos over the world record when it's not needed. They've dropped it by
move.
28 kilos to 362.5. It'll be enough to pull him into the win ahead of Barron by 2.5. Does he have it?
Yeah, look, I think this is a really smart decision here. You put on the absolute minimum you need to put on to take the gold medal. No risk. I mean, he pulled 360 on his second, and now he's pulling 362 and a half. I mean, this is a pretty high probability pull.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a given, it's a done for, but it's a high probability given that it's only 2.5 kilos up on his second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already locked in deadlift gold, and he can do no worse than silver. Yeah. Team GB has put themselves in the best possible position
they really
to
did.
take home more golds.
Great attempt selections throughout the day.
Yeah, Team GB coaching staff should give themselves a pat on the back. This has been absolutely spectacular to watch.
And I think he's got it in the bag. 3 white lights, gets the gold medal. What a finish.
And we have a backflip.
What an incredible finish. Look, that came down to the wire. A missed lift here, a good lift there, and suddenly we had a battle on our hands.
He doesn't look like he believes it. He looks shocked, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. What a way to finish, though. 362 and a half. It was such a great finish for him. It came down to the point that all he had to pull was 2.5 kilos more than his second. and that's got to be a good feeling to him as well. And a well-earned win. Did a really good job throughout the day. And there's the final scores on deadlift: 362.5 for Mendy Barron, 352.5. Linders gets the bronze on 340 in the deadlift. And there's the final result. Mendy with 892.5. Could have easily gone more than that, but did only what he needed to do. Really smart. Alan Barrett in silver, and Jones relegated back to 887.5 in the bronze medal for a couple of tough lifts along the way. Well, don't go too far away. We've got the medal ceremony coming out very soon, and then after that today, we will also have the 120 and the 120 plus men.
That is now time for the squat medals for the 105. Starting off with bronze with 327.5 from the USA, it is Lawrence Jones. In squat silver with the same best attempt but now not podium from Italy, Tommaso Buscaroli. And taking the lead with squat gold at 337.5 from Germany, Martin Brasser. Thank you, gents. Next up, the bench press medals. In bronze, with 212.5 from France, it's Alan Barreau. In bench press silver, with 215 all the way from Australia, Joshua Allen. And with a solid front clear at 222.5, bench press gold between the USA and Lawrence Jones. Thank you, gents. Next up, the deadlift medals. Holding on to deadlift bronze with 340 from Belgium, that's Linders. In deadlift silver with 352.5 from France, Alan Barreau. And in gold with the winning full at 362.5 from Great Britain, Peter Mendy. Congrats and thank you. Time for the final placings in the 105. Bronze overall with 887.5 from the USA, Lawrence Jones. Silver medalist, vice champion of the world with 890 from France, Alan Barreau. And your 2026 Junior 105 champion with 892.5 from Great Britain, Peter Mendy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to for the national anthem of Great Britain. Congratulations to all of the 105s and congratulations to Peter. You are the best junior 105 in the world in 2026. That is the end of for the 105. The quarterfinal lap runner around the platform, the line Mr. Nick Ingram from South Africa. 15 minutes to lift off for the 120.